Just so you know, we are requiring some additional headsets for translation. So we're going to start just a teeny bit late.
This Supervisor Alejo, I'm on my way there to be there in person. Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, Randy. Nice seeing you again.
Good to see you. How are you?
Good. I'm good.
Jonathan, are we ready? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the December 5th special meeting of the Local Agency Formation Commission, Monterey County. If I could have a call to order, please. Roll call.
Commissioner Alejo. Commissioner Root Askew.
Alejo here, parking outside. I'll be in 2 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Askew, aye.
Here.
Here.
Commissioner Craig.
Here.
Commissioner Kong.
Here.
Commissioner Lopez.
Here.
Commissioner Oglesby.
Here.
Commissioner Poitras.
Here.
Commissioner Snodgrass.
Here.
Commissioner Velasquez.
Here.
Vice Chair Gorley
Here.
and Chair Leffel.
Here, thank you.
You have a quorum.
Okay. I want to announce that we're going to have we may have a little bit of a lull as we work with some translation today. So Jonathan, do you want to explain to people how that will work?
Yes, Chair Leffel and members of the commission. I wanted to bring information to your attention and to the attention of the public regarding Spanish interpretation services that are available during this meeting. So first, I would like to introduce Ana Rueda de Vidales, our Spanish English interpreter today. She will be providing simultaneous Spanish interpretation on Zoom and in person here, and assisting the public for interpretation from Spanish to English during public comment period.
Perfect, thank you. If we could have the Pledge of Allegiance and Mr. Garley, would you lead us, please?
It would be my honor. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
This is a special hearing, and so I would ask for public comment that is for things not on this agenda, but this agenda will be very short. This will be about a 5-minute meeting, and then we'll go into the main meeting.
Positive.
I see no public comment.
No comment.
Okay. So under this, we have some special business in order to comply with AB 361. And in order to continue to meet remotely, that the COVID-19 pandemic state of emergency declared by Governor Newsom is still in effect, that the commission has reconsidered the circumstances of the state of emergency, and that the Monterey County Health Officer continues to recommend social distancing measures for meeting of legislative bodies. So we have a recommended action to please approve that we will continue to meet remotely until the next meeting.
Move approval. Second.
Have a first and a second. Do you have any other discussion? Okay, roll call.
Commissioner Alejo. Commissioner Craig.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Commissioner Oglesby.
Aye.
Commissioner Poitras.
Aye.
Vice Chair Gorley.
Aye.
Chair Leffel.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to adjourn this meeting and go to our regular scheduled December 5th meeting. Safarina, would you please do a roll call?
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Alejo. Commissioner Root Askew.
Here.
Commissioner Craig.
Here.
Commissioner Kong.
Here.
Commissioner Lopez.
Here.
Commissioner Oglesby.
Here.
Commissioner Poitras.
Here.
Commissioner Snodgrass.
Here.
Commissioner Velasquez.
Here.
Vice Chair Gorley
Here.
and Chair Leffel.
Here, thank you so much. We will not do another Pledge of Allegiance, but please know that we are still honoring our country and our flag. Under this, I will now take general public comments for anything that is not on the agenda. And please limit your comments to 3 minutes. None on Zoom?
No comments.
All right, thank you. I'm going to close public comment. And we're going to go to the special business. So we have a consent agenda, sorry.
Can I add one thing too? Sorry for interrupting. I just wanted to let everyone know who is on the Zoom, who's participating by Zoom. Jonathan, I don't know that you mentioned the interpretation button at the bottom of the screen if they need to hear what's going on in Spanish, if you want to maybe walk through how that works for the participants on Zoom so they can receive interpretation services.
Yes, so when you're logged on Zoom, you would look at the bar at the bottom of your screen as you move the cursor and select interpretation, which will give you the Spanish interpretation channel. So you can.
Si hay alguien que necesite la ayuda de un intérprete hoy, en el pantalla abajo de su screen hay un icono de globo. Si haces clic en ese icono, hay traducción disponible en Zoom si estás participando por internet. Gracias.
Thank you very much, both of you. All right, so on the next item on our agenda is the consent agenda. Do I have anyone from the public who would like to pull an item from the consent agenda?
No hands are raised, Chair.
All right, do I have any of my fellow commissioners who would like to pull an item from the consent agenda?
I'll move approval.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any other discussion on these? Okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Alejo, Commissioner Craig,
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Commissioner Oglesby,
Aye.
Commissioner Poitras,
Aye.
Vice Chair Gorley,
Aye.
and Chair Leffel.
Yes, thank you very much. All right, the next item is an item of new business. And we will have a presentation by Karen Campbell, CPA and Senior Audit Manager with Bianchi, Casavan and Pope on our fiscal year ending June 30th, 2022 audit. So Karen, would you like to come forward?
Good afternoon, Chair Leffel and members of the commission. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today to present LAFCO's audited financial statements for the year ended June 30, 2022. I recently had an opportunity to meet with the members of the Budget and Finance Committee, as well as LAFCO's executive officer and Mike Briley to review the draft audited financial statements. We discussed the draft in length, and the report before you for your consideration is the result of that discussion and meeting. I'd like to share a few brief comments and then respond to any questions. As there are many details in the 50+ pages of the report, if there's something I'm not able to answer for you today, I'll be happy to respond in email. To point out a few highlights, I wanted to mention that our audit opinion on the financial statements for LAFCO is labeled as unmodified or a clean opinion, which is the highest level of assurance an auditor can give. Our report on internal control over financial reporting and compliance is also included in the report towards the back. The results of our testing disclosed no instances of non-compliance. As included in your officer's report in front of the audited financial statements, there were just a couple items we wanted to mention to you regarding the LAFCO's PERS pension balance that warrant a little bit of discussion. This year, LAFCO's pension balance is reported as an asset rather than a liability. Traditionally, that's how it's always been reported on your financial statement. This year's calculated asset is based on the in-depth actuarial analysis provided by CalPERS, based on the report they provided in August of 2022. The turn from liability to asset is primarily the result of a significant investment return, about 21%, for the fiscal year 2021. Now, for most of you, you're aware that the PERS calculation is based always in arrears. So we have a time delay between when the calculation is provided to us and real time. Your team with Hashi Whalen, now Clifton Larson Allen, is in communication with your actuary at CalPERS throughout the year. And based on their communications, your CalPERS actuary has indicated that he anticipates that LAFCO will probably return to an unfunded position by the year 24-25. As you all know, the markets have turned in more recent times. And so it just takes a while for that calculation to catch up. That presented again an asset rather than a liability on your balance sheet, and then also it generated a contra expense for employee benefit expenses, so that the offset of the adjustment from liability to asset is reflected on page 6 in your financial statement. The very last line item there shows a significant change, and that's what's driving that change. As a part of our audit, we also provided the required auditor communications letter to management. This is a customary and required letter for all issued by all auditors, and it serves as a tool for auditors to communicate to certain key items to those charged with governance. A few highlights include the fact that there were no audit adjustments required or identified as a part of our audit. There were no disagreements with management. The audit was completed in a timely fashion, and management personnel and your team were found to be very knowledgeable and helpful. Overall, it was a very smooth and clean audit and no management letter findings were identified. So all in all, a clean audit. And at this point, I'd like to ask if there are any questions.
Okay. Before I open it up to to my fellow commissioners, do we have any comments from the public?
Chair, there are no hands on Zoom currently raised.
All right. Fellow commissioners, comments? Mr. Snodgrass?
So the large credit balance on the page 6 under employee benefits, is that the pension asset being recorded?
That's correct.
So
It's
how
on
much
page-
is
sorry.
that number? Do you know?
I'm sorry, page 5 is the asset, page 6 is the credit and expense.
Right.
Okay.
But that's a net number, net of the other employee benefits.
Absolutely, absolutely. It just, it's changing dramatically because of the calculation to adjust the liability from liability to asset. And so it's running through the benefits account.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Okay. With that, I would entertain a motion to adopt the final audit for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2022.
Oglesby move approval.
We have a first and a second. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Alejo, Commissioner Craig,
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Commissioner Oglesby,
Aye.
Commissioner Poitras,
Aye.
Vice Chair Gorley,
Aye.
and Chair Leffel.
Yes, thank you very much. Karen, thank you.
All right, thank you
We'll
very
see you next year.
much. Okay, thank you.
So now we're going to open a public hearing, and the public hearing is for the consideration of the 2022 Municipal Service Review and Sphere of Influence Study for the City of Soledad. And we will start with a report from our executive officer.
Thank you, Chair Leffel, members of the commission. Our staff has worked diligently to prepare the study that is part of agenda item number 13. The study will provides information about the city of Soledad that will be useful as you consider the next agenda item, part of which includes a proposed sphere of influence amendment for the city. Our senior analyst, Jonathan Brinkman, is the primary author of this study and will be and has collaborated with the city staff in the preparation of it. He will be presenting our staff report today. Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you. Okay, I'm sharing the screen of the presentation now. Thank you, Kate, and thank you, Chair Leffel and members of the commission. This municipal service review and sphere of influence study is a broad overview of the city of Soledad's services and sphere of influence. The study was prepared by LAFCO staff in accordance with state law, the Cortese-Knox-Hertzberg Act, which requires LAFCOs to periodically review the services and boundaries of all cities and special districts within each county. Sorry, go into the next slide. Okay. The study's main sections examine the proposed city expansion Miramonte specific plan area, the 2005 general plan and 2016 city county memorandum of agreement, prior annexations and existing infill development sites, population and growth, existing and planned facilities, city services, finances, shared facilities and services, city governance, and future challenges and opportunities. The study concludes on page 32 with written determinations as required by state law. In essence, those determinations find that Soledad is a capable, stable, and reliably run city, that the existing sphere of influence is appropriate, and that there is a basis to support the city's proposed 654-acre sphere of influence expansion, which will be considered under item 14 today. Just a few notes about the process. We posted this draft study on the LAFCO website with our December 5th meeting packet on November 29th ahead of today's public hearing. Prior to that, we published the public hearing notice in the Salinas Valley Tribune on November 9th and the Monterey County Weekly on November 10th. Mailed notices to property owners and registered voters within 300 feet of the city's proposal area. We also posted the notice to the LAFCO website and provided notification to interested parties. We'd like to provide special acknowledgement and thanks to City of Soledad staff who contributed to the development of the draft study through interviews and review of previous draft. These staff included City Manager Brent Slama, Director of Community and Economic Development Brian Swanson, Director of Finance Mike Howard, Director of Information Technology Stephen Andranigan, and CAL FIRE Battalion Chief Jason Lukenbach. Staff recommendations for this item include the following: to receive a report from the executive officer, open the public hearing and take public comment, and receive any public comments and close the hearing, and provide for questions or follow-up discussion by the commission, and then to consider the study and then consider and adopt a resolution. Just as a procedural note, I just want to note if the commission first adopts the study for this item, the commission may consider and take action on the city's Miramonte proposal, which is the next agenda item 14. However, consistent with CKH, the Cortese-Knox-Hertzberg Act, if the commission does not first act to adopt the study, the commission will need to continue the public hearing for the proposal item 14, to a future meeting date occurring after the adoption of the study. With that, that concludes my staff presentation. I will give the floor back to Chair Leffel. Thank you.
Thank you, Erin. And do you have anyone on the Zoom?
No hands are currently raised.
That will continue. Discussion, comments? Yeah. Roll call, please.
I'm sorry, Chair. Who did I have a second from? Alejo, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Alejo.
Aye.
Commissioner Craig.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Commissioner Oglesby.
Aye.
Commissioner Poitras.
Aye.
Vice Chair Gorley.
Aye.
And Chair Leffel.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. So we will move on now to item 14 on our agenda. 14 is considering the city of Soledad's Miramonte proposal involving an increase in the city's sphere of influence by approximately 654 acres and concurrent annexation of this area to the city. The proposal would also involve detachment of this area from the Mission Soledad Rural Fire Protection District and the Resource Conservation District of Monterey County. The annexation area would accommodate future development of up to approximately 2,392 residential dwellings, 100,000 square feet of commercial retail space, and related public use. So with that, we will start with a report and presentation by our executive officer and our economic consultant, Richard Berkson.
Thank you, Chair Leffel, members of the commission. Today, the commission is considering a proposal from the city of Soledad for a sphere of influence amendment and an annexation. This is a very important project for the city. It addresses many public needs, including a new supply of land for housing and new opportunities for investment in the community. I would like to acknowledge and appreciate that City Manager Brent Slama is here today with his city and consultant team to assist us. I would also like to acknowledge the residents and stakeholders who are also participating in today's process. Plans for this project have been in the works by the city and the main property owner for more than 15 years. LAFCO received the application in 2020, and the application remained incomplete until September of 2022, so for 2 years. It was promptly set for today's public hearing within 3 months of deeming the application complete. The proposal has been carefully analyzed by your staff for consistency with applicable state laws and local LAFCO policies and best practices. We are meeting the city more than halfway in supporting this proposal and have outlined steps to allow us all to get to common ground and agreement on accommodating growth and fulfilling other LAFCO mandates. As will be discussed in a presentation by our principal analyst, Darren McBain, we are supporting today the adoption of the proposed sphere of influence amendment that would cover all 650 some acres. We're recommending approval of this sphere amendment as a logical and appropriate place and direction for the city to grow. However, we do have significant and unresolved concerns about the proposed annexation. Our staff report describes 4 key concerns that relate to inconsistencies with LAFCO's fundamental purposes and responsibilities. Our staff report also discusses 3 or 4 steps that the city could take to remedy those concerns. Based on the totality of the circumstances and the various competing interests that LAFCO must address, staff is recommending that the sphere of influence amendment be approved today, and there's a resolution to that effect in your packet. We are also recommending that the commission give direction to the city to make significant revisions to the annexation proposal, and that the annexation application be continued for that purpose until the LAFCO meeting in January. And now Darren will provide a detailed presentation about the proposal, our analysis, and our recommendations. Thank you, Darren.
Okay, thank you, Kate, Honorable Chair, members of the commission. If you could give us just a moment to get our screen up and to the beginning of the presentation. Okay, I think we're almost there. Okay, thanks, Jonathan. Well, clicking there. Sorry, clicking here. Okay. Sorry for that. We, as you know, we have two items before you today for consideration, two requests from the city. One is to amend the city's sphere of influence to include the Miramonte specific plan area on approximately 654 acres. And I just included the definition of a sphere of influence here, which is a plan for the probable physical boundaries and service area of a local agency as determined by LAFCO. And it is also the area around a local agency eligible for annexation and extension of urban service within 20-year period. So that is the first request from the city. And the second request is to annex the Miramonte specific plan area into the city limits. We have a lot of materials and information before you today for your consideration. We have the executive officer's report, which includes an attachment 1, which is a draft resolution making findings under the California Environmental Quality Act and approving the sphere of influence. Attachment 2 is a memorandum from LAFCO's economic consultant, Richard Berkson of Berkson Associates. Attachment 3 is correspondence that we received prior to completion of the packet and circulation of the agenda packet. And attachment 4 is the full CEQA record, the environmental record of documents prepared by the city of Soledad between 2010 and 2018. We have several supplemental memos also. Number 1 is additional correspondence that we received through November 30th. Memo number 2 is regarding translation services for today's meeting. Memo number 3 from December 2nd is additional correspondence we had received by then. Memo number 4 is transmitting correspondence that we received through today. And then finally, not listed here, but we received a letter of support supporting the annexation from the mayor of the city of Gonzales, Jose Rios, and we have distributed that copies of that letter to the commissioners here today. And just lastly, this was linked through a link that was in the digital version of the executive officer's report, but also just available online in general on LAFCO's website is the city's full Miramonte proposal, the complete application and exhibits. So just briefly to summarize the proposal, well, actually, if one other item that you've received here today is just copies of the PowerPoint presentation prepared by the city of Soledad, and Mr. Slama, the city manager, will be presenting that shortly, but you have some printed copies of that before you as well. But anyway, to summarize the Miramonte proposal, I'm sure Mr. Slama will go into more detail, but a very brief summary is that as it's currently planned, it would allow development of up to 2,392 single and multifamily dwelling units. It would have a projected population of 9,712 residents. It would include about 100,000 square feet of commercial development, 2 elementary schools, a fire and police station, and around 196 acres of parks and open space. And that would include up to 150 acres in that hillside area in the northeast corner of the site that would be placed in an open space and recreation conservation easement, which the city is proposing to have that easement in place through the city's process following annexation. But as we'll discuss briefly, we're recommending that be completed as part of the annexation process. So the amount of growth I just mentioned would represent a 44% increase in acreage in the city's geographic area, well, the city's main geographic area of the main area of Soledad, shown on the little diagram as part of this slide under the text. And it's also about a 51% increase to the existing non-incarcerated population of the city of Soledad based on the 2020 census. This site is mostly designated as prime farmland by the state of California Department of Conservation. The main property owner, the vast majority of the acreage, is Hamby LP, which is headed up by Mr. Nader Aga and family. There's also acreage within this proposal that's owned by the city of Soledad, a little area in the eastern part of the site, just a few acres, where I think some public facilities are. And there's also included within this proposal is the San Vicente right-of-way of the roadway there that's owned by the County of Monterey. And there's also some acreage on the west side of San Vicente that's owned by the Braga family. And those lands owned by the Braga family are being included for the purposes of widening and improving San Vicente Road.
Can you repeat that, Darren?
I'm sorry. I just mentioned that the acreage owned by the Braga family to the west of San Vicente Road is basically being included in this proposal for purposes of making improvements to the road. So to widen the road and make it into more of a boulevard. That's the reason for the inclusion of those Braga lands in this proposal. Just by way of a little bit of background of this proposal, Kate had mentioned some of this, but prior to LAFCO's process, it started in around the year 2000. In 2000, the city of Soledad received an application from Hamby LP for development of the Mirabel 3 project, which at that time proposed 4,200 residential units on about 920 acres. In 2010, the city certified an environmental impact report and directed the property owner to revise the project. So the city completed the environmental review, but did not approve a project at that time. Starting in 2011, there was a lawsuit where the property owner sued the city of Soledad, and the case was resolved around 2012. In 2016, the city of Soledad and County of Monterey entered into a memorandum of agreement regarding future city growth. A couple of years later, in 2018, the city approved the Miramonte specific plan on 654 acres, downsized from that earlier Mirabel 3 project, and also approved what's called an addendum to the environmental impact report. And in 2020, the city submitted the Miramonte proposal to LAFCO. Just to give you a brief overview of our process, starting in March of 2020, we had our initial 30-day application incompleteness determination. There was a public workshop here before this commission to discuss Soledad and Gonzalez future growth in June of 2021. In July of that year, last year, the city submitted a revised application, which was again deemed incomplete after a 30-day review period. And then the application basically, frankly, kind of went a little bit dormant in the LAFCO process for a while. We received a third application and supplemental information from the city in July and August of this year. Then in September, LAFCO determined the application to be complete and scheduled a public hearing, today's public hearing, to allow time for finalizing the necessary municipal services review that Jonathan just walked you through and that the commission approved. And that brings us to today's public hearing on this proposal. Just to say a little bit about LAFCO's role here in this proposal. LAFCO serves the state legislature's goals of promoting orderly development and in balancing that development with the sometimes competing state interests of discouraging urban sprawl, preserving open space and agricultural lands, and efficiently extending government services. And that's an excerpt from the very beginning part, the opening part of LAFCO's enabling legislation. It's a section of the Cortese-Knox-Hertzberg Act called the Legislative Findings. And in that section, the legislature also recognized that providing housing, to make sure I don't get this wrong because part of my screen is cut off, but the legislature recognized that providing housing for persons and families of all incomes, thank you, Jonathan, is an important factor in promoting orderly development. Just to continue this subject of LAFCO's role in reviewing this proposal, the commission has the power to review and approve or disapprove boundary change proposals with or without amendment, wholly, partially, or conditionally. And the commission is prohibited from imposing any condition that would directly regulate land use density or intensity, property development, or subdivision requirements. California Government Code, the CKH Act, has several sections that establish the statutory criteria for evaluating a proposal. 56425 is the sphere of influence criteria. And then there's the 56668 A through Q factors to be considered in the review of a proposal. And those are all listed and discussed in a section on page 5 of the executive officer's report. And in addition to those statutory criteria, there's the commission's adopted policies, which include primarily for today's discussion, a policy regarding phasing of annexations and a policy for preservation of open space and agricultural lands. So turning to the first component of the city's proposal, the sphere of influence amendment, staff's review, as discussed in the executive officer's report, staff's review determined that the Miramonte site is consistent with the 2016 city-county memorandum of agreement for future Soledad growth, and staff's review also determined that the MOA is consistent with LAFCO's adopted policy guidelines for sphere amendments. Based on that, staff is recommending approval of the sphere of influence amendment as a logical and appropriate place for the city, for city growth and the appropriate direction for growth to occur. However, with respect to the second component of the city's proposal, the annexation, as Kate had mentioned, staff has several key concerns. There are unresolved concerns that came to light as part of LAFCO staff's review of this proposal. These concerns are discussed more fully in the executive officer's report you have before you today. But to summarize, they are the size and scale of the proposal, costs and financing of public infrastructure and services, and a lack of information regarding feasibility of the infrastructure and services, agricultural mitigation measures and agricultural buffers, and affordable housing provisions within the proposal. So just to go through these briefly, one by one, as I mentioned, this proposal, if approved in full, would be a 44% increase in the acreage of the city, would involve development of up to almost 2,400 residential units. The city anticipates about a 10 to 20 year build out of the Miramonte specific plan, which would represent approximately 120 to 240 residential units per year. Based on staff's review, actual recent developments of residential units in the city, as well as current AMBAG population and growth projection or forecasts for the city through 2045, both of those things indicate that something more along the lines of about 60 units per year has been the trend, and and what's forecasted by AMBAG, or the Association of Monterey Bay Area Governments, which does growth projections here in the Monterey County region. So if those trends were to continue, and if the growth were to happen according to that AMBAG forecast, that would suggest something like a 40-year build out. However, the more recent numbers identified in the regional housing needs allocation, or RENA allocation, it's sometimes called, for the city of Soledad, identify a more aggressive housing target of something on the lines of 90 units per year, which would still translate to about a 25-year build out kind of horizon, even if all that growth does take place on the Miramonte site, as opposed to everywhere within the city, which is basically how the regional housing needs allocation works. It's the number of units, which I believe is something on the order of about 720 units for Soledad in the next 8 years, going from 2023 to 2031. That's really, citywide for the entire Soledad incorporated area, not just the Miramonte site. But even if it were all built on the Miramonte site, it would still be something on the order of about a 25-year build out of these 2,400 units or so. One of LAFCO's fundamental purposes is to promote orderly development and encourage step-by-step incremental growth of public agencies. And to that end, LAFCO has an adopted policy to consider the appropriateness of phasing annexations into 5 to 7 year increments, as discussed in the executive officer's report. So given that this entire site seems likely to have somewhere in the range, so nobody really knows, of course, but somewhere in the range of a 20 to 40 year build out time, staff is recommending that the annexation be reduced by approximately 50%, which would in effect be a de facto phasing of the annexation to be something more in line with what LAFCO's adopted policy regarding sizing and phasing of annexations would call for. The city's plans call for a comprehensive financing plan to be done at a later date through the city's permitting process after annexation has occurred. The application included a fiscal analysis showing that ongoing revenues generated within the Miramonte project would offset the new development's impacts on city services once the development is completely built and occupied. However, LAFCO only received partial and preliminary information as to the very significant upfront costs of building and expanding the infrastructure and systems that the new development would need, basically, in order for development to occur. And this was discussed more in detail in the municipal services review that staff prepared. Although some costs have rough estimates attached to them now, which totaled up to be in the tens of millions of dollars, the city is holding off on thoroughly quantifying these costs until after the site is annexed and the city is entering into agreements with developers. This raises the concerns it raises a concern for LAFCO in that there is only limited information available as to what the true costs will be and how those costs will affect the cost of future housing and the ability of this project to get built without negatively affecting residents of the city. And LAFCO's consulting economist, Richard Berkson, has looked at issues related to this subject very carefully and is going to be providing an overview of his review and determinations in just a few moments. Basically, the concept of agricultural mitigation is that when you have a proposal or a project that's being proposed on farmland and being converted into urban uses, that impact to agricultural resources and productive farmland should be offset by placing other lands under permanent protection by establishing permanent conservation easements or by making in lieu agricultural mitigation fee payments to a qualified conservation entity. The city is proposing to oversee and implement agricultural mitigation through its permitting process after the annexation is complete, and possibly by collecting in lieu fees at the building permit stage. In addition to that, the property owner is proposing 2 mitigation sites as shown in the figure, like in the middle of this slide. One of which is it's close to the Soledad area. It's right on the edge of that permanent agricultural edge at Camphora Gloria Road. It's just to the northwest of that permanent agricultural edge. And the other site is located quite a distance away from the Soledad area, up just outside of Chular. It's called the Weimer Ranch. And the information that we've received from the Ag Land Trust indicates that the Ag Land Trust is already most of the way to completing a process of receiving grants from the state to purchase conservation easements and to place those lands under protection. So it appears that the Weimer Ranch may already be under conservation through a separate process. And I'd just like to clarify that the city is not proposing that those, or the city hasn't indicated that those 2 sites are considered adequate or appropriate or acceptable for the city's purposes, but that is what the property owner is proposing to pursue and place under conservation easements. Both of these aspects of the city's agricultural mitigation plan, the idea of keeping it within the city's process and having it be finalized and negotiated and worked out and executed through the city's process after the annexation is complete. And also the proposal of placing these 2 particular sites under conservation easements raised some concerns for LAFCO. The city's proposed timing of doing agricultural mitigation contrasts with LAFCO's established practice of requiring that agricultural mitigation be identified, proposed through the LAFCO process, presented through the LAFCO process, presented for the commissioner's consideration, et cetera, and then also completed and finalized as part of, prior to the completion of the annexation. That's been LAFCO's established practice for annexations involving farmland for approximately the last 15 years or more. And particularly with regard to the property owner proposed mitigation, and especially with respect to the Weimer Ranch, which is located far north of Soledad, LAFCO staff also has concerns about basically the concern is that those 2 sites do not conform to, or that they don't support the intent of the memorandum of agreement between the city and county, which one of the overriding kind of core principles there was to establish conservation easements that would reinforce and create a strong line between city and county by placing conservation easements along the urban growth boundary and or the permanent agricultural edge. So those are the key concerns that LAFCO staff has with the city's approach to agricultural mitigation, and staff is recommending that the proposal be revised to include conservation easements or fee payments that would offset this project's impacts, and that would establish conservation easements along the urban growth boundary in strategic locations consistent with the city-county MOA, and or provide in lieu fee payments to a conservation entity in order to establish appropriate conservation easements in the Soledad area. Also related to agricultural mitigation, there's on the western edge of this proposal, there's an agricultural buffer proposed to create. Basically, the idea of an agricultural buffer is to create as much separation, or at least an appropriate amount of separation between agricultural land uses and the new residential land uses coming in, to help reduce land use conflicts between active agriculture and residential neighborhoods. This proposal includes a 160-foot agricultural buffer, which staff generally believes is appropriate. However, as shown on this slide, where that yellow area is pointing to the northwest corner of the site, staff is recommending that to the extent that a revised annexation includes lands that are that far north, staff is recommending that the agricultural buffer be increased to 200 feet in that location, because that location coincides with the urban growth boundary, and where the agricultural buffer is in the same location as an urban growth boundary, it's considered a permanent agricultural buffer as opposed to a temporary agricultural buffer farther to the south, where those lands owned by Braga are anticipated to come in for development at some point soon because they're within the urban growth boundary. So in short, 60 to 200 feet. And lastly, regarding affordable housing, which has been a subject of great interest among the community and some of the commissioners as well. Essentially, LAFCO has a legitimate interest in looking at the affordability and the extent to which new housing that's coming in will be accessible and affordable to residents of the community. Mentioned here, again, the wording that was previously in this on an earlier slide. The state legislature has directed LAFCO to consider how a proposal would provide housing for persons and families of all incomes, and that's an important factor in promoting orderly development. LAFCOs are also required to consider the extent to which a proposal will affect a city or cities and the county in achieving their respective fair shares of regional housing needs. The city has submitted a conceptual site plan shown here. This is the recent version from June of this year. It shows phases 1 through 5, approximately 1,100 units that appear to be mostly of a single family nature, just by looking at the site plan. However, the city has stated that development will include an appropriate mix of multifamily and affordable housing in accordance with city policies and state requirements. When development occurs, there's going to be a committee of looking at how affordable housing is being provided, and the city intends to carefully provide for multifamily and affordable housing. Staff is recommending that when the annexation, staff is recommending that the annexation should be reduced by approximately 50% in size. And when it does come back before the commission, the annexation should include areas where the city plans to allow development of substantial multifamily and affordable housing. So bringing it to staff's recommendations. Staff's recommending, based on the preceding summary and on the total amount of information in the record for this proposal, the executive officer is recommending that the commission adopt findings of fact and a statement of overriding considerations pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, and approve the sphere of influence amendment component of the city's proposal, which is the draft resolution, which is attachment 1 to your executive officer's report today. Staff is also recommending that the commission continue the public hearing for the annexation component of the proposal to the regular January 23rd, 2023 LAFCO meeting for the purpose of requiring revisions to the proposal to achieve consistency with LAFCO policies as I discussed on those previous slides. The recommended revisions to the proposal are that the applicant city of Soledad and the property owners should work together to revise and, in other words, reduce the annexation proposal to encompass approximately 50% of the currently proposed developable area. The reduced area should include sub-areas that will accommodate development in the near term of substantial multifamily and affordable housing units, as well as future public facilities and other non-residential sites within the Miramonte area. Staff is also recommending that the commission should designate areas not included in the reduced annexation as an urban transition area, as discussed in the staff report before you today. And the idea there is to provide an additional measure of certainty that those areas not included within the current reduced annexation are basically considered appropriate to be considered by the commission in the future for annexation into the city when more land is needed. Staff is also recommending that the city and the property owners should revise the agricultural mitigation plan to identify and carry out Soledad area conservation easements and or mitigation in lieu fee payments prior to completion of the annexation. And finally, staff is recommending that the city record the proposed agricultural buffer easement and the hillside conservation easement and expand the ag buffer from 160 feet to 200 feet where it overlaps with the city's designated urban growth boundary, and that both of those things should be done prior to completion of the annexation. As alternatives to the staff recommendation today, we have listed these three alternatives. Number one being to direct the executive officer to prepare a draft resolution approving the annexation and related special district detachments as proposed by the city of Soledad. So this would be for approval of the proposal as is, for the commission's consideration at the regular January 23rd LAFCO meeting. The second alternative we've listed here would be to deny the city's proposal, and number three would be to provide other general direction to the executive officer. And lastly, just in terms of next steps in our process, there's a reconsideration period for the sphere of influence approval action that would be a 30-day period required by state law following the commission's adoption of a resolution. Any written requests must present new or different facts that could not have been presented at this hearing, and the sphere amendment would become effective after the commission acts on any reconsideration requests. Regarding the annexation, staff is, as Kate mentioned, recommending a continued public hearing. So in essence, for this public hearing to be continued to the January 23rd meeting to allow the process to begin of the city and property owners making revisions to the proposal to address the issues that we've discussed here today. So we would be looking to set that for Monday, the January 23rd, unless otherwise directed by the commission today. And lastly, January 23rd is anticipated as a progress report on revisions to the proposal. The staff anticipates that more time would be needed to do the hard work and go through the steps that would be needed to complete the recommended revisions. With that, thank you for bearing with me, and I'm going to turn it over to Richard Berkson, LAFCO's economic consultant, to discuss his review and recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren. Let me share my screen if I can. Darren, can you give me permission to share?
You should be able
All
to.
right, now I can do it. 1 minute, please. All right, my name is Richard Berkson. I'm a financial consultant with experience evaluating fiscal and financial aspects of large-scale development projects similar to this one. I've prepared analysis of this type of project for cities, counties, districts, and LAFCOs, as well as for private developers. LAFCO staff requested my review of various financial documents that were prepared for the City of Soledad's application, and those include a fiscal analysis of projected city costs and revenues attributable to development of the project, and also a peer review of that fiscal analysis. Also associated with the application is information about infrastructure, cost, timing, and financing, and the ability of the project to fund needed facilities. I submitted a memorandum to LAFCO staff in August following my review. In summary, the memorandum and my review concluded that the city's application does not provide sufficient information to make findings regarding the project's ability to provide adequate services and facilities, nor information to allow determination about potential adverse effects on current residents living within the city's boundaries. The financing plan, Darren mentioned this also, only includes a partial identification of infrastructure and facility costs. I understand that those costs are to be determined at a future date. However, without some estimate of those costs, it's not possible to quantify or allocate funding sources to assure that those improvements can be funded. And those financing sources, and these are generally laid out in the materials that I've reviewed without being specifically quantified. But those may include impact fees, dedications, bonds, proceeds, assessments, private equity, and also Belarus funding sources. Another concern I had as a result of that lack of cost information is that it's simply not possible, nor was it attempted in the materials, to estimate the annual or the cumulative burden of those potential funding sources, assessments and taxes and so on, compared to the development value that's being created and a burden that would be placed on the homeowner's tax bill. The fiscal analysis was prepared by the city's consultant and reviewed as part of the peer review, and it did provide a fairly complete look at potential services and future revenues to fund those services, although there were concerns raised by the peer review and also, which I would concur with, about the level of specificity that the analysis conducted. One example are the fire service costs, which are, I think, a particular concern. They were estimated on a per person served basis. However, a new fire station is likely to incur major upfront costs in the year the station is put into service, as well as increased service levels. As pointed out by the MSR, current fire service levels require an upgrade, and therefore future service costs to this new development should be based on an acceptable and adequate level of service, not the current levels, which may not be sufficient. The analysis did not address maintenance of facilities such as roads, landscaping, storm drainage, and open space and recreation facilities. There are indications that those would be funded through assessments as one example. However, again, I would be concerned about the cumulative impact of those assessments for services in addition to potential funding measures required for the capital, and that combined burden on homeowners and on the value of the property, which again was not determined, and therefore that type of analysis, which is quite commonly done, was just not available. As a result of my review, the memo recommended that the sphere of influence be expanded to facilitate and enable planning of the entire site comprehensively. That's number one. And number two, that a comprehensive financing plan be in place prior to annexation of the project. This financing plan would establish the financial ability to fund the needed infrastructure and services in a timely manner, and also assure adequate service expansion without adversely affecting services or costs to existing residents. That sort of analysis, it's not at all uncommon that it is or could be a requirement of annexation. And I did recently work on a project about half the size of the Miramonte proposal, but that sort of requirement was in place prior to the city accepting the property for annexation. So that concludes my summary of the memorandum and review that I conducted. And of course, I'd be happy to respond to any questions now or at a future point during this meeting. And so I'll stop sharing and turn it back to staff unless there are any questions at this point.
Well, thank you very much, Richard, for your information and presentation. Thank you, Darren. I hope that our commission can see that our recommendations here are a middle ground in which we are doing our professional best to balance the various needs and goals of both the city of Soledad and LAFCO of Monterey County. The outcome of this proposal is very likely to serve as a guide and as a precedent to other even bigger proposals that LAFCO of Monterey County will be seeing in the near future. As such, I believe this is a watershed moment for our commission, and that an annexation action that would approve the proposed annexation in its entirety as proposed by the city of Soledad could have very serious consequences to our LAFCO in terms of upholding our laws, practices, and procedures. It is important to both safeguard LAFCO's authority and responsibilities, as well as accomplishing the city's goals. And we believe that the recommendations before you today will provide that balance. Now, for change, we invite the city representatives, Mr. Slama, to come up and speak about Soledad's proposal and our staff recommendations. Thank you, Brent.
Thank you, Kate. Talked about the timeline of this project and 16 years, and I've been working with Kate for all those 16 years in South County on land use projects, and things have evolved and things are where they are. And I'm grateful to be here on behalf of the city of Soledad. I want to recognize our elected officials that are present here with us. We have Mayor Velasquez, who was here, your alternate commissioner participating remotely. We also have remotely Councilmember Alejandro Chavez. We have Councilmember Ben Jimenez, and here in the room behind me, we have Councilmember Maria Coralejo. I want to recognize those. And then also I saw we have Councilmember-elect Fernando Cabrera on Zoom as well. He'll be sworn in on Wednesday. I'm going to share my screen if I can. Thank you. And hopefully we'll get this going. Thank you. Want to also recognize our team over here. It takes a team of professionals to put a project like this together. I'm grateful for the team that I have, our internal staff led by Brian Swanson, our Community and Economic Development Director. I also want to recognize EMC, who's been with us the whole time, Michael Groves representing EMC. We have RJA, who's done a significant amount of the engineering work. Arminta Jensen is over here, along with Tally Robinson. And then we have our financial consultants, EPS and DPFG online, I believe, with us if you have financial questions later down the road. All right, let's get started here.
Brent, I'd like to limit you to 20 minutes if you can do it.
I'd be happy to, Chair. Thank you. I will keep to your time. 20 minutes to talk about an unprecedented housing crisis. Here we go. Everyone in this room knows the environment that we live in and the years of underbuilding and has created a dire shortage. We know we need more housing. I think everyone is clear on that. The current plan from the state of California indicates we need to zone for 2.5 million new units by 2030, which is double the goal from the last planning cycle and 4 times that in the last cycle, which was actually built in the state of California. As our governor has said, quote, "Our solutions must be bold as the problem is big." While I can't speak for other jurisdictions in Monterey County, I can express with extreme confidence that Soledad has been a leader in Monterey County in doing its part to construct new housing. Over the past few years, we've built over 350 units since 2019, with a demand for far more to satisfy the needs of our growing population. If we could build more, we would. But now we face a greater challenge. We are reaching near build out of the city limits, and future growth will require cooperation with LAFCO through annexation as we enter the next stage of development. I think Kate said it clearly. This is a watershed moment as we look at the housing crisis and what we're going to do about it. And so let's take advantage of this and let's look at bold solutions to respond to this crisis. I completely agree. This is a watershed moment for LAFCO because all the other cities in the valley are watching and have, as the executive director said, similar plans in place. And I thank those from other cities that have also contributed and are also present. I see representatives from the city of Gonzales on the call. They're next, so they're watching intently. I've also had many communications with staff in Salinas, with King City and Greenfield as well. I send their regards. Thank you. Future growth, like I said, will require cooperation with LAFCO. In order to move forward, we need to challenge and break free from the old ways of doing things as we've done them before. That thinking is that in Monterey County, for far too long, as it relates to out-of-town special interests, restricting urban land use and the development of housing in our area, specifically in the Salinas Valley. While we appreciate the work of LAFCO staff and appreciate their work in getting us to this point, we invite the LAFCO board to join us in our call to approve the entire Miramonte annexation in one phase that you board members strongly encouraged us to pursue last year. As it relates to project specifics, I'll cover a number of areas. I'll try to do that quickly. I don't want to repeat all of them because the staff did an excellent job of that. But I do want to focus on the 4 main points of disagreement that we have between the city and the LAFCO staff. They're highlighted in orange. You know them: public infrastructure financing, affordable housing, ag mitigation, and the one-phase versus multi-phase annexation. You look at the timeline, it's been a long time. No argument there. The project started with the city in 2005. The elongated timeline, obviously, it's a complex project. And quite frankly, it has to do with the extremely restrictive land use policies in place in Monterey County. The project was revised by direction of the Soledad Council a number of years ago. And the Miramonte specific plan and the request for city annexation was approved by the city on November 7, 2018, by a 4-to-1 vote, with then council member Ana Velasquez, now mayor and alternate commissioner, as the lone dissenting vote on the project. The project that you see today represents the city council's position on the project. And I want to make sure for those here that are here in the community, this is the city council's direction, not that of the mayor. If you look here, this is the revised project. It's shrunk quite a bit. You have the graphics that show the what it was before. It included a lot of land to the north or to the west. It's gone down in size a bit. While we in Soledad are bold in our plan to have more housing, we also respect the need to be mindful of the existing infrastructure constraints and do so in a size and scale that we can comfortably handle. One of the things in our county city MOU that we agreed to was that we were going to grow away from the most productive farmlands. And we've done that by growing to the north, away from those lands closest to the river. Infrastructure requirements are such that the project needed to be shrunk down. We wanted development away from the 400-foot contour. We've made revisions to make that happen. Excuse me. A project of this size, it's gone back and forth between LAFCO, as we mentioned, since March of 2020. A lot of that has to do with what else happened in March of 2020, the pandemic. But since that key June 2021 meeting that we met with you and you told us to go forward with a one-phase annexation, we've been going back and forth with your staff and who unfortunately want to continue the LAFCO policy of a phased annexation approach. We respectfully disagree on this point. We've had 4 submittals, we have a couple disagreements, and we've come to the point where we felt it was important to come to LAFCO board to resolve some of these outstanding issues. There's a lot in this plan. There's a lot still to come in process. A project of this size has a number of requirements and approvals that need to be handled by the city. There's still LAFCO wanting additional items completed prior to annexation based on historical precedents, while city staff calls out city approvals to be completed in a more financially prudent manner prior to the final map. Some of these items we'll discuss in greater detail, but there are a lot and you see them here. We're really excited about the project as a whole and all the things that it brings. I think that LAFCO staff covered it quite well. Commercial, mixed use, public parks, trails, open space. Results in new jobs and more importantly results in a great diversity in our housing stock, and we're excited about that. This is a great opportunity for the city of Soledad in terms of its growth. One of the things we're most proud of, and a lot of energy is put into the open space plan, which includes the 150 acres of dedicated open space up at the hilltop. It will allow for parks, fields, recreational space, linear parks, and attention being paid to pedestrian and bicycle-friendly communities. And we're really thrilled about that. We look to, and in fact, we look to expand this system throughout the city proper in locations where we can. This highlights the location of public amenities. There will be 2 elementary school sites, a police and fire site, dedicated site for the Future Farmers of America, and realignment of San Vicente Road. So our superintendent of schools, well, superintendent of the school district, Randy Bangs, I know is present online as well, if you have questions about that. The city has a positive history of doing more with less. In my tenure as city manager, we have always spent less than we have taken in on an annual basis, and we consider ourselves a model of a fiscally responsible small to medium-sized jurisdiction. With the combination of property, sales tax, and assessment revenues, we are confident that we'll be able to absorb the anticipated growth into our budgets and provide effective public services on an ongoing basis. At build-out, we anticipate a surplus to the general plan, as indicated here. There was a lot of discussion about big ticket projects. Yes, this is a big ticket project with big ticket infrastructure. Then we're discussion about the timing of the comprehensive financial plan. Both sides recognize that there's tens of millions of dollars improvements required to build the project. As has been done in all previous city developments, city policy requires the development cover the cost of the necessary public facility requirements through specific offsite improvements or the payment of development impact fees. We will not allow the existing taxpayers to subsidize development. We will not allow them to take the costs that the developer needs to pay to build this project. Clear and simple. We simply disagree the item is mandatory pre-annexation. And of course, our financial team is available for specific financing questions later if requested. Affordable housing. I know we're all here about affordable housing. We're all in agreement we need it. It's state mandated. Our project opponents are committed to it. Our mayor, who's actively opposing our own application, is committed to it. And I can say without any reservation that the city of Soledad, through its own policies and ordinances, is fully committed to affordable housing. We've completed 6 separate affordable housing agreements with developers in the last 3 years. Affordable housing will be a key part of the project. However, this is not the proper venue to discuss the details of affordable housing, as it is a city concern. Per your own staff report, I quote, "Commission is prohibited from imposing any condition that would directly regulate land use density or intensity, property development, or subdivision requirements." The specific plan was approved in 2018 and is an extension of the general plan. It was done prior to the last housing element mid-cycle update or the current RENA allocations. The proper time to challenge the specific plan was years ago. Despite what project opponents may argue here, density is not the only way to achieve affordability goals, and having this play out in front of LAFCO is certainly not appropriate. Opponents' plan forced upon the city would lead to significant and lengthy delays and financially kill the project, which would only further exacerbate the overall housing crisis in the city of Soledad. We interestingly have received correspondence from individuals in Carmel Valley, Carmel, Seaside, the Highway 68 corridor, Prunedale, and Salinas regarding their concern about our affordable housing. I would personally invite these individuals to my office in Soledad City Hall to have these discussions about such specifics. And I look forward to engaging further at the appropriate time, in the appropriate place, the details of our upcoming agreements with the developer. However, since it's a topic on the front of everyone's mind, I want to reiterate our assurances to the LAFCO board and everyone in this hearing that we have a plan when it comes to affordable housing. First of all, affordable housing will be built in every phase. There will be a requirement for 479 deed-restricted inclusionary affordable units. Up to 690 units are considered affordable by design in this plan. Lower density areas, through changes to state law, will accommodate many opportunities through ADUs, JADUs, small lots, townhomes, and other affordable housing options. This is housing designed for our workforce. We strongly believe that housing needs to be provided to people of all income levels, whether it be affordable farm worker housing, and up to those that include public employees, healthcare workers, firefighters, police officers, correctional officers, everyone. This is for our IT director that I hired in Soledad, who moved from Paso Robles to come to town. It's for my city engineer who moved from the Imperial Valley to come to Soledad to call it home. To do something else, to assume that we only build affordable housing here, is an absolute disservice. Disservice to our future generations. I have heard numerous stories over my time in Soledad of children of immigrant farm workers who go on to college, obtain high-paying jobs, want to come back to Soledad, and have nowhere to go. We have numerous families who live in Soledad, have been successful, are currently looking to upgrade their situation, and then leave behind their older unit for others to use as affordable housing. We need this housing. We need housing for all groups. Phasing. I bring phasing up because there was an argument that affordable housing is not being provided in this project till later in the game. That is simply not true. First phase will have ADUs in it. First phase will have affordable housing in it. Phase 2 has a senior housing, a multifamily complex in it. Based on logical and traditional development principles, there are no reasons after the construction of phase 3 why those multifamily lots can't be developed as well in that sequence if the financing is ready, if it's available. We don't leapfrog, but we will be ready when necessary to meet the moment for this housing. We will provide housing for all income levels in this project. Make that completely clear. Another issue. This is one that, as I mentioned, I've worked a long time with the LAFCO staff, and we simply disagree, and we're asking for your help in figuring this out. Ag mitigation. We are committed to ag mitigation through our MOA with the county and the city. When we take active farmland and use it for housing or any other urban purpose upon annexation, we will commit to ag mitigation. We've promised to do so for the last 6 years in our ag mitigation plan that's part of the MOA. It is a commitment that we hold seriously. We're concerned that this plan that was for Miramonte, the concern is that the easements aren't there secured in place prior to the annexation. And that's been the way LAFCO has operated in the past. And we would invite LAFCO to reconsider that policy and change it. And there are a few reasons why. Typically, in the past, when we've had these developments, what you have is a rancher that owns a ton of acres, thousands and thousands of acres in many instances, who wants to annex a portion of his holdings. You annex the holdings, and then you can dedicate a number of acres that you own in easement at no cost to yourself other than the cost of preparing the easement. This is a case where the landowner does not own other acres of land. In order to do what LAFCO is asking us to do, he has to go secure 500 acres, 450 plus acres of easement lands. If at the value that's suggested over at $10,000 an acre, that requires a $4.5 million payment up front before any housing is built. That doesn't help develop housing. It's an impediment to growth. It's a no growth tactic. And we ask you to work with us to make it related like everything else. When you build a development, you don't build all the streets first before you build a single house. We call upon you to do a phased approach to ag mitigation through ag mitigation fees and through dedications of easements in a manner consistent with the development that comes when it comes. In the county-city agreement, we have agreement to do that. The county-city agreement, which LAFCO should hold great weight, calls for the method of agricultural land to be implemented at the discretion of the city to coincide with the time of the recordation of the final subdivision map. Mitigation fees in the city's sole discretion prior to the final map. We want to work with you on this. We want to work with the county. We want to work with the other valley cities. This is an important issue to all of us. The county is working on this. We all want to work together. We want to get to the point where we have a unified approach in the valley where LAFCO no longer becomes the sole party to decide what agricultural lands are picked, but it's through a program between the county and all the Salinas Valley cities. On the part about the easements and having the easements in place, once again, we disagree. There's nothing in the MOA or policies or CHK Act that requires these easements be completed up front. It really is, as was indicated by the executive officer, historical practice. And it's been a consistent practice, and we have disagreed on this for a long time. And this is why we come to you. We have to look at a new way of doing this. Just as you wouldn't build all the streets and pipes first before building a single house, we need to be mindful about how we look at agriculture mitigation. We have policies. City of Gonzales has policies. As soon as we approve the project and build the first house, we don't just tear down every vineyard, every vine in the whole 700 acres. We take down what's necessary. We keep the rest in agricultural production until the next phase. So why is it that you need to pay all the mitigation up front when you're not destroying all the farmland up front? On the point of the western buffer that was mentioned by your staff, the city does agree to extend that buffer to 200 feet in where it touches up against the UGB. So we are okay with that. The hillside open space, we're excited about that. We want to restrict development up there for housing and keep it for open space areas. There's a difference of opinion about when that gets done. Your staff is asking to do it before the annexation. We're asking to do it before the final map to actually record that easement. It's the city's full intent to have that and to make sure that it's complete. And so if there's any question or issue about that, that's where we stand on that item. We want to make sure that that's there, available for the public use. By my calculations, I have 2 minutes left. So I'm going to, in the interest of time, I want to make sure that you understand that this annexation is super important to us. It's a chance for our multi-generation family tradition. It gives our children a chance to return back to their hometown in housing they want to live in. We're very proud of that. We want to do everything we can to preserve that, and we're willing to work with you and everyone in this room to make sure that that happens, whatever it takes. One of the arguments, as you said in the beginning, is previous LAFCO policies about 5 to 7 years of growth. You know how hard it is for us to get here and get to this moment. Every time you do that, you create new challenges for the development and growth. Every time you do that, you put more uncertainty into the project. You break this up into multiple phases. You risk spooking investors, you risk spooking banks, you risk spooking infrastructure, you risk spooking residents that don't know what's coming next. You, as a board, gave us direction to be bold last year. We took it and we're sticking with it. We want this to be a one-phase annexation moving forward. In conclusion, we are asking the board to join with us and seize this opportunity for housing. We're asking you to approve the SOI reorganization request in its entirety. We ask you, as was stated in the recommendation alternative 1, to direct staff to provide the approving resolution with findings. Given the length of time between this meeting and the next meeting, should you do that, you need to schedule a meeting within 35 days to provide those findings and schedule a special meeting if necessary. We, as we mentioned, are very committed to housing. We're very committed to this project. And in the big picture, you know, annexation is the way we're going to get housing built next. Without annexation, please remember, there is no new housing of any kind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Brent.
And we remain available for questions as necessary from our entire team.
Okay, I'm going to open this up to public comment next. And if you are in the room, if you would like to come forward to the microphone. And I am asking that you keep your time to 90 seconds.
Good afternoon, Chair Leffel and Commissioners. My name is Mike Novo. As some of you know me, I wear many hats for many organizations. Today, I'm speaking as myself. I'm not representing any of the organizations I work with or volunteer for. I submitted a letter last week and trust that you've all read that letter. So I'll keep my comments short today. For those that don't know me, I have 30 years of land use experience as a planner in the Central Coast area. I support your staff recommendation today to include the whole area in the sphere of influence. I strongly support the need for providing housing for the needs of our county. Soledad certainly needs housing to accommodate some of their overcrowding, but it needs to be the right type of housing and in the right location. And I'm not faulting any of Salinas Valley cities here. I think we need housing in other areas. Soledad has needs for the citizens and for its future growth, but should not become a bedroom community for those areas that are not providing sufficient housing, both within our county and outside our county. As I point out in my letter, bedroom communities conflict with planning goals, both statewide and locally, and also weaken community values and quality. We need to move in the right direction on providing jobs, housing balance opportunities in this county, having the county's housing provided almost exclusively in the Salinas Valley will exacerbate an existing imbalance, not reverse it. So I listened to your work session from 2021 and remember thinking at the time that the commissioners were thinking that a large annexation would provide the desired outcome.
My time's
housing.
up.
Wow. I guess I don't speak fast enough. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Jesús Estrada. Soy un organizador de vivienda con CCA aquí en Salinas. Trabajamos con la gente de Soledad. Sí, tenemos miembros que trabajan con nosotros en Soledad. Y sí, totalmente de acuerdo. Necesitamos viviendas asequibles para la gente de la comunidad de Soledad. 70% son personas que trabajan de bajo ingresos, que trabajan en el campo, otro en trabajo, pero de bajo ingresos. Entonces, nosotros queremos que construya vivienda la primera fase con el precio del mercado, pero también la primera fase, vivienda bajo ingresos, ¿sí? Porque es lo que necesitamos, es lo que necesita la gente, es lo que necesitamos todos los que tenemos bajo ingresos. 30%, pues si construye vivienda de alto, todavía no sabemos realmente cuánto va a costar de vivienda, cuándo es el costo, ¿sí? No sabemos. Puede ser de 700,000, 800,000. ¿Y quiénes son los que van a venir a comprar esto? Son los que vienen de fuera. Y la gente que vive en soledad no van a poder comprar estas casas. Mientras no hay casas, vivienda, bajo ingresos. Es lo que queremos. Que la primera fase construya vivienda de acuerdo al mercado, pero también asequible. Gracias.
Gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Jesus Estrada, and I'm an organizer with CCA in Salinas, but we're also helping the people of Soledad because, and I do agree, we do need affordable housing. The community of Soledad needs to have affordable housing since 70% of the people that live in Soledad are low income. They work on the fields. Yes, I do agree that on the first phase, they should be houses at market rate, but we also need affordable housing. We don't know how much they're going to cost. We need at least houses that are affordable for our people, because if they're going to cost $700,000 to $800,000, nobody in Soledad is going to be able to afford those houses. They have to be low income for the people that live in Soledad. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hola, buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Uke de Jesús. Soy y he sido residente de Soledad por más de 10 años. Soy mamá de una niña de 6 años y la que es el futuro de Soledad. Actualmente vivo en un apartamento de bajos ingresos en donde no puedo generar ni más ni menos ingresos y donde siempre tengo el temor de poder ser desalojada, pero igual he tenido que vivir en casas con más familias y privar a mi niña de libertades, como por ejemplo poder jugar fuera en el patio, de estar limitada solo a estar en un cuarto, y eso es algo pues triste. Actualmente mis planes son de comprar una vivienda, pero con la situación económica que ha existido ha sido un poco difícil. Entonces, dicho todo esto, ustedes como comisión son responsables de asegurar que estos proyectos que se están llevando a cabo se aprueben y que se lleven a cabo de acuerdo a las necesidades que hay con las viviendas, pero que al mismo tiempo no haya un impacto negativo en nuestra comunidad y sus ciudadanos. Les pido a los comisionados, que por favor aprueben o acepten las recomendaciones que les está dando LAFCO, como está escrito en el reporte, ya que nosotros estamos de acuerdo con la directora Kim McKenna. Y bueno, muchas gracias por su tiempo.
Gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Uqueda de Jesus, and I have lived in Soledad for 10 years. I have a daughter. She is 6 years old, and she is the future of Soledad. I live in a low-income apartment. I am afraid of being evicted at any moment. I have also have to live in family homes, in rooms where the freedom of my daughter is limited. She cannot play outside. She has to be limited to the room, and that is very sad for a 6-year-old. Yes, I've been wanting to buy a home, but financially that is really hard. So I'm asking the commission, you are the ones that approve the projects. You are the ones that have to make sure that there's housing for the citizens that live in Soledad. So I'm please asking the commission to accept the recommendations. We agree with what Commissioner Kim McKenna is proposing and with LAFCO also's report.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Marta Zárate y soy promotora de salud de CCA y también soy residente de Soledad por más de 17 años. También soy dueña de una casa pequeña en Soledad, pero esto no me limita a hablar por las personas que no tienen esas propiedades. Apoyo a la recomendación del personal del LAFCO y les pido que revisen el plan específico de Miramonte para incluir más vivienda asequible para la gente que ya vive o trabaja en Soledad y demostrar consistencia en las provisiones de vivienda asequible del Plan General de la ciudad, incluso los requisitos que la vivienda asequible sea integrada con otra vivienda y que se construya al mismo tiempo. En su forma actual, el plan específico Miramonte hará casas que son inasequibles para las familias trabajadoras del campo, al igual que yo, que el ingreso principal que es en mi familia es proveída por un trabajador del campo. También el plan no es proveído por la mezcla de inasequibilidad de viviendas que es el Plan General de Soledad. Requiere que nuestras familias necesiten. Creo que las viviendas son las que pueden adquirir personas que trabajan fuera de la ciudad. Es por eso que yo vengo con ustedes a pedirles por favor que revisen ese plan y apoyo al grupo de LAFCO.
Hello, my name is Marta Zárate, and I'm a promotora with CCCA. And I've also lived in Soledad for 17 years. I'm a resident and homeowner, but this does not limit me to help others also achieve this dream. I approve what LAFCO is proposing, and I think that we should also build housing for people that are going to live in Soledad. For example, it has to be the agreement with the general plan of the city where there's a mixed use of housing, and the houses that the people are going to be able to buy are the people that work on the fields. We need a healthy mix of housing that is agreeable with the general plan. And we also approve the plan for LAFCO for the city. And so please review it. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, everybody. So I'm Flavio Diaz. I'm a lifelong resident of Soledad. Well, I've been there all 18 years of my life. And so I'd like to speak for myself and my class of students that just graduated a couple months back. And essentially, I mean, we see this plan and we see what it can offer us. And pretty much what it is a way for us to come back eventually to the home that gave a lot of our immigrant parents a home to begin with. You know, it's a big jump from one country to another, and for them to be here and give us the life that we had. It's something that we'd like to come back, be with our families, raise a family within that same very town, and give back to our community. And so I see the plan, and the issue is not a lack of affordable housing. The issue is the impediment, like Mr. Slama said, of this thing that could very much allow me and my fellow classmates and those I've graduated not too long before myself to come back to our hometown, because I do see classes that graduated, maybe 4 or 5 years ago. They get the degrees, they try coming back, but there's nothing to come back to. They simply can't. And so, eventually, they're driven away from their families. They have to go very far out. And so, also, this is something that we just want to support as a, just recent graduate. And so I'd like to see this come to fruit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty, my name is Gabe. I'm the Deputy Director of Monterey County Land Watch, and I'd like to make it very clear that the assessment and position of Land Watch is based on the publicly available information, which we have found on our own and also requested through PRA requests. It's worth noting that in our PRA requests, we never received any notification that there would be deed restricted units made available among the single family homes that are going to be built if this comes to fruition. So the Miramonte specific plan does not meet the requirements for proper mix of timely, integrated, affordable housing. And this is worth noting for the LAFCO Commission. It does not designate enough sites at sufficient densities to meet the density mix required by the forthcoming 6th cycle regional housing needs allocation. It does not assure that concurrent development of the areas zoned for high density development, which are the only sites available to meet RHNA requirements for affordable units. It does not assure concurrent development. It also fails to integrate affordable and market rate housing into the majority blocks of each neighborhood. It's one thing to have an area designated for multifamily housing, but it's another to actually create an integrated community, which is good for the people who grow up there. I would like you to know that Landwatch supports the staff recommendations to continue this proceeding and make sure that there are accommodations made for adequate affordable housing in the Miramonte specific plan. Thanks for your time.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Maria Coralejo, and I'm with the City of Soledad Council. And I was just here. First, I want to introduce myself, like I said, but I want to actually give you a little bit of background. I've lived in Soledad all my life since I was 4, so that's 44 years. And I actually grew up in affordable housing. My mom was a widow with 6 children. And with that said, she also worked in the ag industry. So this really touches my heart because it has to do with affordable housing and also with our ag industry. So with that said, I just wanted to say that there is, what's it called? Sorry. We do, I have a lot of confidence when it comes to our amazing staff, our consultants, and even to my colleagues in the city council. And with that, I include our mayor. I know she's huge on affordable housing, just like I am. And I have confidence that together, all of us working together and also working with you, that we'll be able to provide the workforce housing that Soledad so badly needs, and also continue providing affordable housing for all. So I'd like to ask you to please, allow us to move forward with this project. It's been a few years, I think 15 years. And so I believe it's time to move forward with it. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else in the audience who would like to speak on this issue?
Good evening. My name is Frank Coralejo. I'm a lifelong resident of Soledad, California. I'm 53. I've been in Soledad probably 50 years. For me, it just makes sense. It makes business sense. We've had our business about 6 years, and when the new development came through, that's how our business pretty much survived. So it just makes business sense because if these houses get built, I mean, we have a lot of new businesses that are coming in that are being built. We're waiting on a grocery outlet to open, and if we don't get the housing, or I don't think it's going to sustain the businesses that are coming up. We need to just get it done, and I'd just like to see it passed. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this issue? No. Once is enough. All right. I think we have some people online. Jonathan, if you could monitor that, please.
Yes. First up is Sago BHC Neighborhood Organization. Would you please unmute and start your public comment?
Good evening, Commissioners. I am calling from Nuestra Señora de la Soledad, the church in Soledad. I am here with 3 residents that wish to make their comments through my link. Would that be possible?
Yes, it is.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es José Manuel Ramírez, yo vivo aquí en Soledad ya por 32 años, trabajo en agricultura y yo me gustaría que se revisara un poquito mejor este plan, ya que nos estamos enfocando solamente en personas que pueden comprar propiedades a muy alto costo y estamos dejando la clase trabajadora abajo. Por favor, revisen este proyecto una vez más y yo creo que no necesitamos propiedades tan caras, sino propiedades que podamos pagar, porque lo que estamos ganando en la agricultura no es suficiente para pagar una casa o una renta de $2,000 o $3,000 o $4,000. Gracias.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Lorena y también soy residente de Soledad por más de 20. Claro que sí.
Yes, he says that he has been living in Soledad for 32 years and that he sees that the houses that are being built are not really focused on the working class. They should be houses that are built for people of low income, people that work on the field, and not only houses at market rate.
All right, we're ready for the lady who came forward.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Lorena y soy residente de Soledad por más de 25 años. Soy trabajadora campesina. Estoy muy orgullosa de mi trabajo. Y vivo en una ciudad muy hermosa, pero donde lamentablemente nuestro trabajo no nos da lo suficiente como para poder tener accesibilidad a una vivienda digna, donde muchas veces las familias nos quebrantamos porque unos tienen que ir a un lado, otros a otro, para poder tener una mejor vivienda digna de cada ser humano. Entonces yo le pido a la comisión y apoyo la recomendación de denegar la anexión del plan específico de Miramonte hasta que se revise para incluir viviendas más accesibles para cada una de las personas en cada una de nuestras necesidades básicas. Y como les digo de nuevo, soy orgullosamente campesina, me siento orgulloso de venir de ese lugar, de obtener de ahí mi ingreso, pero también les pido que nos ayuden, nos apoyen para que el plan incluya viviendas que realmente hagan sentir con dignidad a las personas que trabajamos en el campo y que no tengamos que seguir viviendo muchos en una casa para poder decir tengo un cuarto donde puedo vivir 5 personas, donde podemos tener un cuarto para cada persona o un cuarto por una pareja. Así de que les agradeceríamos que nos apoyaran para tener esas viviendas dignas.
Voy a traducir ahorita. Hello, my name is Lorena, and I have lived in Soledad for 25 years. I am a proud field worker, and I live in a beautiful city. But there's not enough affordable housing. There's not enough decent homes. This makes families have to break up and not be able to live together. They have to live in different homes. And that's why I'm asking the commission to please review the report so they can include more affordable housings, houses that can make us live in decent situation, not overcrowded, and that we can have a decent and home. I'm a proud field worker, as I said, and I think we should all review the plan so there's enough affordable housing so we don't have to live in an overcrowded situation. So maybe we can have a person or a couple per room and not how it is currently done.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Gabriela Mengíbar, vivo en Soledad, también tengo ya más de 12, 13 años viviendo aquí, soy trabajadora del campo y realmente no estoy de acuerdo con este plan Miramontes porque no es congruente ni realista ni satisface las necesidades que tenemos las personas que trabajamos en el campo. Estas viviendas están diseñadas para traer dinero a otros bolsillos, a gente de otros lados, pero no para satisfacer la necesidad de vivienda que tenemos aquí en Soledad. Somos gente del campo. con unos sueldos bajos, no alcanzamos a pagar estas casas. Preocúpense, por favor, por los que vivimos aquí, los que trabajamos aquí, los que gastamos aquí. Nuestros hijos trabajan, estudian, viven aquí. Nosotros somos los que necesitamos casa, no que traigan gente de fuera a vivir. Nosotros somos los que les pedimos, por favor, que revisen este plan y modifiquen para que cumplan las necesidades verdaderas que tenemos los que vivimos en Soledad, los pobladores de Soledad. Gracias.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gabriela Martinez, and I have lived in Soledad for 12 to 13 years. I also work in the fields, and I also I'm asking please to review the plan, because the houses that are making right now, it's money for other pockets. They're making houses for other people from other parts of the county to come and live, but they're not really making houses that is going to help the people that work here in Soledad, that work in the fields here in Soledad. We have children that study here, so we need affordable houses for people that work in the fields that don't make enough to really buy the houses that are being built currently.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Julio Mengíbar y estoy aquí para que se revise este plan que tienen. Vivo aquí en Soledad voy para 10 años y ya sufrí un desalojo y no miro que haya una oportunidad para nosotros. Quiero que se revise ese plan, por favor. Gracias.
Thank you.
My name is Julio Menjivar, and I also live here in Soledad. I've done so for 10 years, and I please asking you to review the plan. I already went through one eviction, and I don't see any new opportunities for us. So please review the plan so it helps the people that live here in Soledad. Thank you.
Chair Leffel, next we have Fernando Ansaldo Sanchez. Please unmute.
Thanks. Yeah. So after considering the current Miramonte proposal for Soledad, I do have some concerns as a lifelong resident of Soledad. I'm concerned that there will be a lack of true affordable housing being built and that what is proposed will not be built concurrently with market rate housing. Currently, the median income of Soledad residents is around $66,000, meaning the average resident of Soledad will not be able to afford the proposed single-family homes that are being currently proposed, which leads me to believe that these homes are not being built for the current residents of Soledad, but rather the rest of the county up to the South Bay. Currently, I'm in my mid-20s and I'm not able to afford housing in Soledad. Additionally, there are not enough non-single family housing units for people like me who are of my generation and age that are being priced out and need to live at home. Currently, most resources are afforded to people with children, and I think that we often leave out single folks or folks without children from the equation. We need diversification of housing stock for folks that do not have nor want children, including multi-family housing like apartments and condominiums built in our area. JADUs and ADUs are not enough. I don't want to live in a box. Ultimately, the Miramonte plan should not be adopted as it is currently drafted, and it should be revised to address the needs of current residents, not future residents. The staff key concerns should be considered. Just because it has been a long time that the project has been in motion does not mean it should be pushed through today. I also want to commend Mayor Ana Velasquez for her work in trying to get her constituents involved in more affordable housing for Soledad.
Thank you.
Next we have Anthony Rocha.
Thank you, members of the commission, and good evening. My name is Anthony Rocha. I am a member of the Salinas City Council, but I want to make it very clear that today I am speaking with my personal opinions, and I am not speaking on behalf of the city of Salinas or any other jurisdiction. I'm here representing my own personal opinions and in no formal capacity. I really want to commend Mayor Ana Velasquez and the residents of Soledad who have raised their concerns on this proposal. I have many family members in Soledad who have raised similar concerns. I believe the recommendations of the LAFCO staff are reasonable recommendations, and I think that the commission should accept those. The annexation should not be approved in its current form. Affordable housing should be required to be developed concurrently with market rate housing. And I do believe that the specific plan should be revised to include sub areas that can accommodate near-term development for substantial multifamily and affordable housing units. Displacement and gentrification is real, and the city of Soledad, as was mentioned earlier, is in a watershed moment. This commission has the opportunity to ensure that we are building correctly and prioritizing smart growth principles. I do not see the recommendations of LAFCO staff as an impediment to housing production, but rather as an intentional approach to smart growth that will help ensure this development is compliant with the general plan and with state housing laws. Once again, these are my personal opinions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Monica Andrade. Please unmute and start your comment.
Evening, honorable commissioners. My name is Monica Andrade. I am a resident of Soledad, and I come before you to ask this board to deny the Miramontes annexation until it is revised to include more mixed and affordable housing, that it's accessible to Rose Soledad residents, that it is built concurrently, and that it is in compliance with our AMBAG and general plan requirements. As is, this annexation is deficient to meet our housing needs at its best, and at its worst is the bare definition of gentrification. Its low density housing does not match the wages of our residents. We need more equitable housing, and we need it now. This project will long change the landscape of our city for the next 100 years. Mr. Slama will leave by the end of this year, leaving us with the most inequitable project that pushes the peninsula's housing deficiencies to our own town. This project also creates pockets of poverty by bunching all affordable and makes housing into certain areas. I urge this board to send this plan back for review as many times as needed to get it right for the residents of Soledad and to meet our AMBAG and general mandates. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Jay Farrow. John Farrow appears to be. Please unmute and start your comment.
Thank you very much. LAFCO has to consider general plan inconsistencies in its annexation decision. It's one of your criteria. We think you should reject this annexation because it doesn't provide the affordable housing that the Soledad general plan requires. We've been making this point to the city since 2020, and the city has simply refused to respond. The mayor's door hasn't, or the city manager's door has not been opened to us. This morning, the landowner's attorney finally spoke up in a letter to address some of these points, but his letter ignores the key general plan policies and programs that we've pointed out. I want to mention just two. First, program 4.2 requires that 54% of the housing be affordable to lower and moderate income families. That's 15% for very low, 14% for low, and 25% for moderates. The landowner's attorney admits that only 33% will eventually be affordable. That's a straight up conflict with the general plan policy. Second, the landowner's attorney claims that density zoning is not the only method allowed for providing affordable housing. That's misleading. Sure, there are other methods of attaining affordability, and they're allowed, but the general plan program 2.1.1 is clear that the project is required to zone sufficient sites at specific densities to attain affordability. That's 12 units an acre for 25% of the units that have to be affordable to moderates. That's 20 units for the rest of them. The plan just doesn't comply. There's a big difference between what's allowed and what is required. The project has to do what's required by the general plan. So we urge the commission to adopt staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next speaker is Michael Harrington. Please unmute and begin your comment.
Good evening. My name is Michael Harrington. I'm here on behalf of the Braga family. The Bragas own land that is included within the annexation area. And as Mr. McBain noted in his staff report, it is adjacent to San Vicente. Under the proposed annexation, there's going to be an extension and realignment of San Vicente Road. And that realignment will effectively bisect a portion of the Braga parcel that is currently being farmed. As a consequence of that, it will no longer be able to be farmed, presumably. I want to make clear at the outset that I am not speaking in opposition to the annexation proposal at all. The one comment that I'd like to make tonight is it's my understanding that when the specific plan, the Miramonte specific plan was approved in 2019, it gave a land use zoning designation to the portion of the Braga property that is presumably going to be within the annexation proposal. And it identified it as open space and drainage. And assuming that this project moves forward, I look forward to speaking with the city and working with them collaboratively. I'd like to go on record as stating that I think a land use designation of commercial or thoroughfare, some other designation that is more suitable, given the fact that it's going to be west of San Vicente as a appropriate property. I suspect that given the change in alignment, some sort of tweak will need to be made to the specific plan area, and that seems like the appropriate vehicle to look at the zoning issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is iPhone Cabrera. Please unmute and begin your comment.
Hello, my name is Fernando Cabrera. I'm a council member elect from Soledad, California, and I've been living in Soledad for over 35 years. And I cannot believe that somebody will say that we have affordable housing. It is not true. For the past 10 years, the houses cost at least $400,000. According to the information that we had, the average salary in Soledad is $60,000. They will take about $48,000 home. That means $4,000 per month. That is not going to be able to cover that $3,500 or $4,000 payment in a house. So when you say that there is affordable housing, but enlist a number of people that are coming from outside Soledad and who earned at least $100,000, then you're lying to yourself. I'm sorry. I have to say it. If we are looking to create a space to provide housing for Soledad residents, then this plan needs to be revised thoroughly. And if you are, I assume that you guys are, none of you guys live in Soledad. If you visit Soledad and you see where this is going to be located, you are doubling the population with 2 exits only, 2 exits. So the plan itself needs revision completely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Benito. Could you please unmute and start your comment?
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Benito. I'm a community member of Soledad. I graduated from class of 2012, and I went on to pursue a bachelor's degree. And unfortunately, I haven't been able to return to Soledad to practice what I do, which is a lot of community work, a lot of social emotional work, primarily working with schools, which Soledad needs a lot. And I'm a product of a Chispa housing. My dad is an agricultural worker. He's been working in the fields for 30 years. And because of this affordable housing project, which is Chispa, I was able to have my first room to myself. I was able to have a better experience in Soledad. And I really want other people to experience that. And I want to be able to go back to Soledad. And right now, affordable housing does not exist. We need to move away from the business sense to more of a social and health sense. We need to include more housing first. We need to prioritize affordable housing before we start listing housing for over $700,000, $800,000. Right now, Soledad is 18% below the poverty rate, and so it exists as a seller's market, which is not good for our people. So, like I said, I would want transparency in this project. I rather would have a stable and sustainable project than one where we prioritize surplus that most likely will end up in the government officials. So I'd rather take a step back and listen to the LAFCO recommendations. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next speaker is Ben Jimenez. Could you please unmute and start your comment?
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak and for the commission to consider our project. I am a council member with the city of Soledad and president, and pastly I'd been a council member back in the 1990s when we originally were moving this forward. As mayor of the city of Soledad from 94 to 96. Coincidentally, I was on the city center task force. I don't think any staff from LAFCO remembers that. But that's when we were first considering building into the farmland and trying to stay away from prime agricultural land. And so as a result, that's how that sphere of influence ended up heading towards the hills, is to be recognizing and preserving our prime agricultural land. The housing project has, this project has been in talks for over 30 years. One of the things that we've looked at and what we've considered is the phasing of the project themselves to include affordable housing and try to address those needs of our citizens. Historically, what has happened in the past is that we've built affordable housing, and people throughout Monterey County have moved into Soledad for that type of affordable housing. So we'd like to ensure that that our residents have first opportunity, and we are looking to complete that as well. So with that said, and I'm losing my time's going to end, I want to recommend and hope that the LAFCO will go ahead and accept our proposal as a city as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Leffel, I don't see any other hands raised at this time.
All right. Do we have anyone else in the audience or on Zoom who would like to speak on this topic? All right. I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the commission. So commissioners.
Couple questions, Madam Chair, just because it's such a big part of the conversation tonight. I know it was called out in the presentation, but I want to ask staff, are we responsible for the percentage of low-income housing in this project?
No, through the chair, we have a proposal before the commission, and the proposal shows a conceptual site plan. And LAFCO is charged with considering how a proposal will affect the future supply of affordable housing and so forth. But the site plan is not before LAFCO.
Right,
LAFCO doesn't decide how many affordable units there will be. Staff recognizes that conceptual site plan is subject to change. It's already changed since the initial plan was approved by the city of Soledad, and I'm sure it will continue to evolve to meet evolving requirements put forth by the state and requirements of city policy.
So just to be clear with the community who's here, who is responsible for that decision? I heard you say it in your comments. I'm sorry. I know I'm being redundant, but it's necessary.
The city is responsible for entering into a development agreement that includes an affordable housing agreement, and ultimately the city approves a residential subdivision and development permits that include deed restrictions in accordance with state and local requirements.
So that's a decision of the city council who approved this plan 4-1.
Yes.
So I just need that to be clear, because I attended a meeting last week where that was not clear. And there was groups from the peninsula who reached through the lettuce curtain and intentionally antagonized my community to get them here tonight confused on this issue. So I just want to be clear on that.
While you have the microphone, do you have anything else? Any questions or comments?
That's all for questions. I'll wait for my comments.
All right. Questions? Supervisor Aleo? Let's do questions first.
Fair enough. All right. Well, I had the same concern that Supervisor Lopez just had. Certainly, we know that there's a housing crisis in California. It's absolutely clear, because it's many of our constituents along the Salinas Valley that suffer because of the lack of affordable housing and lack of just housing, period. We know that you're not going to make the prices of purchasing a home are not going to go lower when the demand far exceeds the housing stock available for our residents. So I wanted to just follow up on what Supervisor Lopez said for a question. It's clear that the issue of how much affordable housing should go into this project lies not with the LAFCO commissioners, it lies with the City Council of Soledad. And it could be done by site specific, but couldn't it also be addressed in terms of the amount of affordable housing? Isn't that also addressed by many cities by having an inclusionary housing ordinance?
Indeed, the city of Soledad does have an inclusionary housing ordinance. I'm sure the city reps could
Okay, so
explain that a bit more.
So what is that? What is that percentage? Usually when a new development comes up, if they have an ordinance, it will, and just so the community members here who just spoke and are concerned, they would normally go through a process of many public hearings to update an inclusionary housing ordinance, and that gets updated whenever the community decides it's time to update it to meet the growing needs. And so that ordinance is there to kind of have a formula. So when new projects come in, it will say how much of the housing will be affordable. And there's many subcategories to that, whether it's moderate or workforce or low or very low. So maybe if we could, city manager could let the public know how does the inclusionary ordinance that exists currently play into this?
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Alejo and Commissioner Lopez. So we have, like many jurisdictions locally, a 20% inclusionary housing ordinance. Inside the specific plan, there are mitigations and conditions of approval that mandate that be done. There's in every phase, as we mentioned, every phase of the development, there's a requirement for deed restricted housing because you have to build it as you go. How those units are built is still subject to an affordable housing agreement. This is the first time in 16 years I've ever had discussions at this lot specific level in front of LAFCO. This is way down in the weeds compared to where we should be. That being said, this is a huge crisis. And I can appreciate why we have this discussion because people are very concerned about it. But the place for people to be concerned about this is not here in Salinas, but in Soledad City Hall. And we invite the city council to have a great discussion. We are doing our 6th cycle housing element. We will be complete by the end of 2023. We are revising our general plan. These are great things to discuss. The reason we have 20% set aside and not 48% as was suggested is because a 48% affordable project will never pencil out and you will end up with nothing. And when you end up with nothing, prices go up, period.
Thank you for that. And city manager, one more question since you're up there already, and I appreciate your very passionate speech for your community. You did mention the 479 would be deed restricted for affordable housing. Could you just elaborate on is that for the entire project? Because 479 out of almost 2,400 units of housing would be about 21%. Can you just clarify that important point? I think it's important for the residents who spoke in terms of the affordability issue.
Once again, we have a 20% set aside for affordable housing that's deed restricted. There's also, as we mentioned, another 690 units that will be affordable by design that may not necessarily be deed restricted. We know there are many individuals who live in the city that don't want deed restricted units for various reasons because they come with strings. When you buy a deed restricted unit, you can't flip it for equity. You have to sell it to another affordable family. There are controls in place when you choose to accept a below market rate product. When you build below market rate products, how do you fund the infrastructure? How do you fund the other things? So 20% and this conversation happens among many jurisdictions, whether it be the county or other cities, to set aside a portion for low-income housing. I will agree, there's always been a concern about how you make sure it gets done concurrently. That is something that's done through an affordable housing agreement, but you can't have an affordable housing agreement on a project till you have certainty that you can build the project. And that's what this is here for. We want to make sure, because past practices have shown that in order to get any land for development, we have to pay millions of dollars in ag mitigation. We have to cut our annexation into small pieces where the infrastructure costs then are exponentially higher, and then we can't build anything. And I think that's where we're having the disconnect here. People are saying, oh, we need affordable housing, we need affordable housing. I agree. We need affordable housing. We need to cater to those in our community that need that housing. We work with farm workers. We work with other members. We need workforce housing. But the bottom line is, if you say that, oh, the community is poor and all we're going to do is build houses on top of that, that's not a vibrant community. That's not what we want. And that's what we've been dictated to for all these years.
Thank you for that. And I wanted to just add that, as you're right, 2 issues. One, if the entire project can't pencil out financially, then nothing gets built. And so you lose that portion that would be affordable, and then you also lose the market rate housing. It's a reason why many projects throughout California have not moved forward, because of the difficulty of financing a housing development. And on the deed restriction, we sit on the Board of Supervisors, and it's one of those cases of injustice because a group of low-income residents in Castroville in the Morro Cojo project got deed restricted. They were not, and it was indefinitely. It was not, usually it's 20 or 25 years. There was an agreement made, and it was a Chispa housing project that was put those restrictions indefinitely, so they can never capitalize on their equity forever. And so I just want to, because then those residents come to us on the Board of Supervisors, and there's not much we can do because that issue was resolved in the court of law. The other thing I wanted to mention, because it was a concern for LAFCO staff, a question I have is that they're making a recommendation for reducing the overall project by 50%. But according to the timeline that's printed in front of us, in 2016, the Soledad City Council had already recommended a reduction in the developed area for the project. And I believe that was 43% already for residential homes. So I just want to ask if that is accurate. What happened in that process of reducing the initial proposal down to 43% on the residential side, and for now to hear that staff is recommending another reduction of 50%. It's kind of hard to comprehend why we would do that.
The original proposal, if you recall, for Mirabel 3 was 4,200 units, 920 acres. We cut down the project specifically because it was too big. We recognize that we are Soledad. We are not City of Salinas. We don't want to be the City of Salinas. We want to be Soledad and grow accordingly. Sorry, Mayor Craig. So that, making sure that it's fit to the infrastructure of the needs of the community of Soledad is important, meaning that there's going to be the ability to grow at our pace that we find that is going to work. That's really what it comes down to. We need more housing. We need more opportunities. We need more services. We don't see ourselves as being a city that supports, for example, 150,000 people and more. We see ourselves as a community right now of 20,000. We're ready to take that next step to get to 30,000. That's really what this is about. It's getting to 30,000 and giving us the assurances as this board that we can get there. We have been a community, we have been an incorporated community for 101 years. I'd like to say we know what we're doing when it comes to orderly development. We've done that. We do it all the time. We are a successful community, and we appreciate LAFCO to give us the opportunity to continue to do that for the next 10,000 residents of the community over the next 10 to 20 years.
And my last question, Madam Chair, would be going to the issue of RENA numbers, because some folks are not familiar with what RENA numbers are. We have our local AMBAG agency that looks at the formula the state provides. They allocate numbers of how much housing does each city and unincorporated Monterey County have to build over the X number of years. And the sixth cycle of the RENA allocation numbers, there's a report that's available to the public, and that's for the next 8 years, for 2023 to 2031. And for Monterey County, for all our 12 cities and unincorporated Monterey County, I'm just looking at these numbers, that we have to build over the next 8 years, 24,929, it's almost 25,000 units of housing in all of Monterey County, among all the cities, all incorporated. I know for unincorporated Monterey County, we're up just over 3,300. Soledad is 724. Gonzales, 1,266. Greenfield, 730 units of housing. King City, 704. And then Salinas is the largest. They're at 6,674. But I want to be clear on this point. The RENA is the minimum. It's not the ceiling the state gives to local governments. It says this is where in the next years you should be built, but it doesn't say that's all you should build. It allows us to exceed that if a community is willing to provide that type of housing in their community. And when I just look at those numbers, when we have a goal set by the governor to build 2,500,000 units of new housing in California, for me, this process here today exemplifies why it's so hard to build housing, why housing is so long to build, why it's so expensive, and why our residents who are asking for housing of all types, we need affordable housing, but we also need all types of housing in California with the crisis we have. I just wanted to ask staff, the RENA numbers are not the ceiling, correct? This is what we're allocated, but cities and unincorporated counties could far exceed that. Is that correct?
That's my understanding. Yes.
Okay. That's all my questions for now, and I got some additional comments to make. Thank you.
All right. Someone else?
Chair
No.
LAFCO, my hand is up.
Oh, sorry, I cannot see on Zoom. Go ahead, Anna.
Yeah, thank you so much. I have some comments, but I'll wait for later. But I do have some questions, and I just also want to clarify part of what our LAFCO responsibilities are today, and it was mentioned several times on the staff report, and it talked about obviously we have different types of provisions of what we need to do, obviously encouraging orderly growth of local government agencies, preserving agricultural lands and open space. But there was a part of the legislative mandate that talked about in our staff report, chapter 1 of LAFCO's enabling legislation that reads, the legislature recognizes that the logical formation and determination of local agency boundaries is an important factor in promoting orderly development. The legislature also recognizes that providing housing for all persons and families of all incomes is an important factor in promoting orderly development. And this is per section 56001 of the legislative findings and declarations. So, I also want to clarify, what does that mean? Because I know we're talking about housing and I don't want our residents to be able to be misled in terms of what our LAFCO board does and what it's not responsible for doing. I understand local control. I understand that we're going to have affordable housing agreements. I understand that the city council's purview is to be able to do that. However, I just want to clarify, what does this mean for us? Because it really is important. And when we talk about housing, what we're discussing today and some of the comments that have been made to the residents, I want to ensure them that their comments are not inaccurate. So can you please help clarify that for me?
Okay, you're the professional here. Would you like to take that?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Velasquez and Chair. What was just recited there is the part of the underlying legislative purposes of LAFCO, part of the statutory responsibilities of our commission. And so it is appropriate that our commission give consideration to those housing matters. And it is definitely part of the purview of this commission. And it is also listed as part of the necessary factors to be considered as part of specifically an annexation proposal.
Anna, did that answer your question?
It did. Thank you. And I just have a quick follow-up with that, but thank you so much for clarifying that. I just want to make sure, again, as it was stated that some of the residents or constituents in a town hall that I had about this project was misleading or antagonistic and really being misleading my community. And I did not do that. So I just wanted to be clear, and I wanted to be clear what our role as LAFCO is in terms of the housing component, since it is a big portion of the discussion tonight. So I want to thank you for that. I do have a question for our city manager, since I know there was other questions posed to him by Commissioner Alejo. So I just want to clarify, if you can just clarify for me, Brent, in terms of our RENA numbers. Obviously, we understand these are really critical. This is part of our housing element that our LAFCO commission has no purview over. However, every city is tasked with this, and I know the city has done an amazing job in trying to really look at the housing component. But can you tell me if the city has provided the mandated RENA numbers for all income levels as part of our fifth cycle of RENA? Obviously, we know the sixth cycle is going to include a lot more, but part of what we need to do, and obviously, as we all know, our mandate is not just to be able to look at one or two of income levels, is to be able to look at all income levels that are needed within our jurisdiction. So I just want to pose that question again. Do our RENA numbers currently, as part of our housing element, provide the housing that's needed for all income levels?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Commissioner. The fifth cycle RENA numbers, and where are we at with those? We have produced housing. We have not produced the housing that meets every one of those levels. In fact, I know every city in the Monterey County has not met those levels. In fact, I challenge any city in the state of California that has met those levels, because those levels are aspirational. Those levels are what we want to do. If you try to have a developer build a 48% affordable project, you will get no projects unless you have tax subsidies or other ways to incentivize those projects. If Governor Newsom wants to send us billions of dollars to build housing for $200,000 homes, I will accept it, and we will take it and put it in our budget. But until you do that, you need development that is viable. And we have not produced all the numbers of our fifth housing element. Neither has any other jurisdiction in this county. And that doesn't excuse us from doing what we need to do. But in order to build the 700 units that we need, and the 20% very low and the 20% low, we need to build 2,400 units so we can get those units built in the first place. So no, to answer your question, we have not completed the fifth cycle, and I would challenge any city that has to come forward to this board.
Thank you, City Manager Slama. And before us is not every other city, but our city. So thank you for those comments.
Brent, before you walk away, I've got a couple questions.
Yes,
I
Chair.
think. Did I hear you say that in each increment of the build out, there would be the 20 or 21% affordable?
There is a flexibility component that requires that at any time you have at least 15% concurrence. And the reason for that is in order to get the first phase going, and this is typical in a number of development projects that you have in front of, and whether they're a small subdivision, and every city has individual policies. But the big reason for that is when you build this project up front, you've got to build pipes, you've got to build roads, you've got to build all these things. You got to get facilities in place. It's very expensive to build a project. One of the reasons we haven't developed as much housing as we'd like to, quite frankly, is the cost of lumber, the cost of construction, the cost of solar panels, the cost of mandates from the state, the cost of EV systems, the cost of everything that adds in and throws into the cost of housing, ag mitigation, other costs. You all throw them in, the impact fees, you throw it all into, then you wonder how anyone can afford anything. So when you do that, and you put all this in and you make all these fees, we have to give some flexibility to make the project get off the ground, which is you need to sell something to make money back on your initial return. So in that instance, we do have a 15% minimum that has to be met. It is our goal to do 20% in every phase. There will be some flexibility that's built into the plan. That being said, we invite our residents back to City Hall to have that discussion on the first phase because we know how critical it is. And we invite the City Council to have that discussion. And if they want more than 15% and they can work it out with a developer, by all means, let's do more than 15%. Let's do 20%. Let's do what we can to make this project work. But let's figure out this discussion as soon as we're ready to, which is once we have approval of the project and have a subdivision ready to go. And then it'd be time to have that discussion about if we can get over that 20%.
Don't go away. I have a couple more. So your schools, are your schools at capacity?
I don't know if our superintendent of the school district is still on the call. He was on the call when I looked last before I jumped off the Zoom. But the school district, we've been working in partnership with the school district. We meet as a board and council quarterly. We are proud of the relationship we have with the school district. Those of you outside of Soledad would know that the city of Soledad has 5 elementary schools. We're adding more. The enrollment is there. We've worked with the school district to make sure that we have enough school facilities. The developer will be donating those sites to the district. They pay fees. They have an agreement to make sure those schools can get built. But I would defer any other specific project questions to the superintendent. But we do have correspondence on file. We have addressed correspondence that basically says we've met the needs of the school district moving forward. We will be, the developers making a donation to the Future Farmers of America program. And we talk about ag mitigation to make sure that this can stay on forever, that they have a permanent facility for the school district. And by their projections, this is what they asked for, and this is what we're dedicating as part of the project.
Okay. Is Mr. Bergson still on? And this is for you and him, Brent.
Okay.
So Richard, I have a question. I thought I heard you say that in the staff report, the fire service is sufficient, but that with a increase and a build out, that it may not be, or that it may be too expensive to current residents?
Yes, thank you for that question. I read in the MSR that the current level of fire protection service is not up to the standards that the city would like. maybe the city can clarify that. The staffing is at 2 firefighters, and they would like to go to 3. What concerns me is that using a standard of 2 firefighters and projecting that out as the service level and cost to serve this new development understates what the city will be facing in the future in order to provide adequate fire protection service.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
To respond specifically to the fire question, yes, we have 2-0 staffing. Yes, we'd like to get to 3-0 staffing. In order to get to 3-0 staffing in the first place, we will need a commitment from our existing community in order to do that. If our existing community is willing to make sure that that can be done, or budget priorities can be reordered to make sure that 3-0 staffing is a part of the future of the city, that would be where we like to be. We come back to that point, but we don't have the benefits that other cities have of huge TOTs or other things like that. We work with what we have. We don't complain, and we go to work, and we have budget surpluses because we spend less than we take in. We make sure it gets done. To make that commitment to go to that service is something we want to do, but we'll take participation from the entire community, including the new community that will come in Miramonte.
Through the
Okay.
chair,
Yes, sir.
could you clarify also, I also have a 93960 zip code, so this is near and dear to my heart. There is automatic aid with other fire agencies and mutual aid agreements in place. So you can't just say that we've only got 2 on call, correct?
Absolutely. As you know, fire activity is it varies based on the severity of the incident. We have a long history in South County of working together. That's what we do. We contract with CAL FIRE for services along with the Soledad Mission Rural Fire District. So many times we have City of Greenfield trucks roll into our city, along with City of Gonzales trucks, City of King, City of Salinas, whatever it takes to meet the incident that it has. You know, we put fire sprinklers on all our homes. We do things to make sure we don't have the fire, but when we do, we have services, we have other agencies that roll to our aid consistently, and we work together as the Valley because we have to.
So I'm still on my questions. I think what I heard was also that you said that you're past the sticking point, I'm going to call it, of a buffer zone of 160 versus 200.
So I just want to make a clear distinction. There's 2 different areas of buffers we're talking about. So if you look at the property, right, and you say the south side is connected to the city, the east side is connected to the foothills, and there's no ag activity out there. The north side, same thing, grazing lands and the edge of the foothills. On the west side is an agricultural edge. If you go back to the map that shows our adopted urban growth boundary with the city and the county that we've agreed to, you'll notice that in the top northwest corner, there is a small amount that butts right up against that urban growth boundary. We've been at 160 feet because we recognize that the Braga property for that runs along the majority of that stretch is eligible for development pursuant to the city-county agreement. There is a portion of that up at the north closer to our city landfill that is not a part of that. LAFCO staff has asked that we increase that to 200. We are agreeing to do that.
All right, thank you.
But that does not include the area to the south of that where it's not adjacent to the where it's
No,
not.
it was that little yellow portion that was, I think it was yellow.
Yes, where
on
the yellow
map.
area is, that portion right there, we are in agreement to move that to 200 feet.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I heard correctly. And then I heard the word intent several times, and I agree that although LAFCO, this is my interpretation, is has the authority to look at the big picture, that when it drills down into what percent is affordable, what percent is working, what percent is whatever, where a retail goes or where a commercial goes, we really have nothing to say. That is way beyond our jurisdiction. And that comes back to the city council and to the local jurisdiction and to your citizens. So, but when I hear intent, and there are many of us who could be gone by the time the first shovel is turned here. And let me just go down that road 1 second. None of this is going to be built when we decide what we're going to do. It's not going to, no one's going to run out and there'll be sticks in the ground in 30 days after that. There are so many unknowns on this. Partly I'm going to say is I think because of the reticence maybe of somehow of your staff and the landowner to cooperate fully with LAFCO. I'll say that. I think there are a lot of things that are kind of unknown tonight. But are you willing, if we can work through this in the next few weeks, to we may put some conditions on you. Are you willing to, in writing, say the intent is, and we will accept conditions?
Obviously, it depends exactly what you're asking us to do and whether or not we can move forward with those things. But our goal is to work with you. This has always been the goal, is to have a partnership with LAFCO along with the county. We have an agreement with the county and the city, the organizations that are adjusting property lines, and you're the intermediary to make sure that it's done correctly. If there are ways that the board feels is appropriate to make sure that happens, we want to consider that. At the end of the day, we want to be able to grow. We want to be able to provide housing for our residents. If the commission as a whole feels that there are some things that need to be addressed, then we will have to address them. However, we feel that the proposal where we're at is sufficient for us to move forward with the project as it stands. We feel that our track record of development is spot on. We've been growing for the last 20 years at a great clip. We know what we're doing, and we hope for that you'll trust us to make that determination to grow for the next 10,000. Yes, we can grow 2,000, 2,000, 2,000 at a time like we've done before. The problem with that is it just doesn't give the certainty for that big type of infrastructure that we're going to need. We come back to bold solutions are needed for this bold crisis. And so, yes, we will work with you, but we've been doing this for a long, long time. We are, our policies, our ordinances in place. It's in the municipal code as far as affordable housing goes. We are committed to this, and we will be held responsible for it. And when it gets to the point that they have those lot specific discussions, we want to see everyone there because it is important to the community. And once again, we call on LAFCO board to say, basically, your purview is, do we have our act in gear when it comes to affordable housing, or do we not? And I would reiterate once again, in everything we've done, the 6 affordable housing agreements we've completed in the last 3 years, we know what we're doing.
Yeah, I'm not questioning any of that. I'm just trying to get to how I'm going to vote. So
I see.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Chair, just to note, we have maybe a carryover hand up from Mayor Commissioner Velasquez, and we also have a hand up from Mayor Commissioner Ian Oglesby.
All right. Ian, would you like to go first since you have not spoken?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I do have a question for the city manager. I want to get you, can you speak to the reason why the city does not have a comprehensive financial plan and it was offered to the consultant? Can you speak to those concerns from the consultant?
Sure. First and foremost, we recognize the incredible amount of infrastructure that's required to build this project in terms of roads, in terms of sewer, in terms of water, and more. We look at the order of magnitude items and how does that get done? Obviously, our policy is that that development pays its own way, and we've stated that. We're not going to put this burden on the taxpayers. It has to come from the development through various forms. I will defer to our financial team as far as some of the specifics on why we feel appropriately that this be done afterwards. But as a general comment, just as a city manager, once again, major commitments to move forward and spend quite a significant amount of money if we're going to be held to 25%, 50% of a project, then what grand infrastructure plan are we considering? So with that, I'd like to refer back to our financial staff, who's, I believe, participating on Zoom to answer some of those questions about the full-on financial plan.
No, Chair, I think that's okay. I didn't need the details. I just wanted his perspective on why the city didn't have it. And that was the question that I had so far. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Velasquez? Was that a carryover hand?
No, Chair, I just have some additional questions. Would it be okay to ask? I just have a question for Mr. Berkson.
This is very important to your community. We need to get it all out tonight.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. So I have a question. I know our city manager talked about the 15% concurrency in terms of flexibility as part of the plan, the 20% in every phase, which is going to be inclusionary. Obviously, we know those mandates, but up to Mr. Bergson, I know you obviously did a study and looking at that. I don't, can you help me to understand where that is as part of the document? Because I did not see that. There is no mandate that's for an effective 15% concurrency. So, and there's no timeline that I saw with achieving that either. So can you help me understand that, please?
My work did not focus on those housing issues. I understand the point that you're making, and I would agree, and also agree with the city manager's concern that there are perhaps financial limits. But my primary concern is that I haven't seen any analysis that would indicate one way or the other whether or not that can be achieved or not. But the simple answer is that my memorandum did not focus on that issue, but at the same time, I also would like to say I did not see that analysis that I think you're talking about.
Thank you, Mr. Bergson. So can I defer that question then to our executive officer to see if she can answer that?
Yes, I think I'd like Darren to help provide a response to that, please.
Would it be possible to restate the question? I'm sorry. I want to be as clear as possible.
Sorry. Just in regards to the comment about the 15% concurrence as part of the plan, and that there's flexibility to be able to do that. And that obviously the 20% affordable percent in every phase to be affordable. But I didn't see that there was any mandate for effective 15% concurrency as part of what material that I read. I must have missed it. And there's no timelines to achieve that 15% mandate either. So I just want to be clear, because I know that was said, and I just want to make sure that I understand, is that reflective in the documents that were presented to us?
Through the chair, Commissioner, I mean, all we really have in terms of a mandate for LAFCO, all we really have to work with is the the language that's in the legislative findings that are giving LAFCO kind of a mission statement there to look out for the interests of providing housing for people of all income levels, and then the factor for consideration that's part of that A through Q list that directs LAFCOs to consider how a proposal will affect the ability of the city in this case to meet the RENA allocation. At a most basic level, I mean, the fact that a large amount of land would be added to the city would enable the city, would give the city some tools or leverage, or some a land supply to be able to meet its RENA housing allocation. But I'm not sure if I'm quite getting at your question, but I mean, in terms of what's available in the LAFCO toolbox, that's more or less what we have to work with.
Yeah, so let me restate it so I could be really clear. I just want to be clear on this. So does the document actually include the 50% concurrency? Because I didn't find it.
In the city's application, they have identified that the city has these policies and programs and an inclusionary ordinance. I remember in the application there being a reference to the 20% basic requirement that the city has identified as an inclusionary ordinance minimum. I to be honest, I'm not aware of there being a reference to that 15% minimum concurrency requirement that I believe the city manager had mentioned in his comments. But in any case, I mean, these are the policies and the programs that the city has are things that the city is identifying in terms of things that the city will be using through their subsequent development review processes and permitting processes. It wouldn't be something that LAFCO would have a role in enforcing. I mean, fundamentally, what's before LAFCO is an annexation of a certain amount of acreage.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I just want to explain the reason why I'm saying that is because I know 20 years ago when we developed a lot of our single family homes, the 20% for inclusionary was deferred and none of the inclusionary units were built until now, as our city manager said that we do now have before us development agreements, but that took over 20 years. And the last years, obviously, lots were left to be able to support that need. So that was my question. So thank you for that. And my last question on this is just in terms of the jobs housing balance. I know we haven't talked about that, but there's a clear disproportionate impacts for the jobs to housing balance. And I know that that is part of our purview we have to look at. So just wanted to ask our Kate in regards to, I know that's a concern. We haven't addressed it. But obviously we continue to grow and we've done a good job. You know, I have to say, you know, we have been the cities that have been producing housing, but with that comes different disparities. And one that we've seen is listed and outlined in the report is also the jobs housing balance. And the more obviously housing that we produce, we're not looking at those jobs that need to come with that. And therefore, I know there's talk about, you know, concerns about bedroom community, concerns about, you know, our traffic congestion, obviously is the impacts into 101. We know that infrastructure, as our city manager mentioned, is really critical as part of that. So just want to get a little bit more information from our district officer in terms of just really addressing that job housing imbalance that this project presents to us as proposed.
Thank you, Commissioner Velasquez. As mentioned, there is a provision in our Monterey LAFCO local policies that call for our commission to consider the relationship of jobs to housing as we consider annexation proposals. So again, it is part of the responsibility of LAFCO to consider that. And as we know, the annexation proposal here is primarily for housing. And Darren or Jonathan, do you have any more specifics that you can add about the relationship to jobs?
Basically, with this annexation and the information that the city has provided and in terms of what they are planning to do in the future with the acreage that is annexed, and in terms of the CEQA environmental review that they've done and the project description, it provides for up to 100,000 square feet of commercial, basically neighborhood serving commercial that's included in the specific plan. That's what the city is proposing to do in the future within this plan area. It is by and large, you know, for the most part, a very residential project. You know, we're talking about a projected population here of, I believe it was about 9,700 people. And when you stack that up against the commercial component of this proposal of about 100,000 square feet, or up to 100,000 square feet, I should say, just to kind of put it in perspective, 100,000 square feet is, that would be like a smallish Target, or probably not even a Home Depot or Lowe's. So this is a very residential project in its nature. Of course, this proposal isn't the city of Soledad. This is an annexation to the city of Soledad. There are areas of commercial and agricultural, commercial, industrial, visitor serving, highway oriented. There are other areas of the city where I imagine that's where the city plans to focus its efforts for commercial and economic development. But I should probably stop there before trying to say too much about what the city plans to do. But this, just by and large, this is a very residential project.
All right. Do we have any? Oh, Commissioner asked you.
Thank you. I do have I'm not sure that I got a clear answer, but the Mayor Velasquez asked about this relationship between the one of the purposes of LAFCO is to ensure orderly development of our region. And along with that, the legislature recognizes that providing housing for persons of all incomes is an important factor in promoting orderly development. So what in this application speaks to that orderly development that includes housing for individuals of all income levels? What are we using? What data are we using to justify that requirement that we have as LAFCO to uphold?
I think that part of the answer, Commissioner Root Askew, is that we think that the city and primary property owner, can really benefit from some revisions to their proposals to better address those fundamental issues.
So the application as it currently stands doesn't provide sufficient detail to allow us to say as LAFCO that the orderly development of this annexation request includes promoting development of housing for persons of all income levels. And part of the ask that staff has put forward is to say, please provide us with some additional detail so that we can ensure that that's happening as part of this annexation. But it currently doesn't, it's not provided currently is what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing when I read through everything. And I get it, like we're not trying, it is not our place to tell the city how to, draft out where development happens on their property, but on a broad policy level, we're looking for somewhere in this application that tells us that we're upholding our duty to see through orderly development that includes housing for all individuals. And that currently is not a part of the application.
We believe it is not part of the application to the standards of LAFCO.
All right, I'm going to close questions and go to comments. Who would like to make first? Commissioner Askew?
I would defer to the mayor, given that it's her city, but I'm happy to go first as well. So I've referenced my notes here. So I live in Marina. I've lived in Marina for 20 years, and I can say that we were promised many of the same things that I hear being promised to the community of Soledad as development plans and annexation areas and the redevelopment of Fort Ord occurred. Thousands of new homes have gone up and continue to be built, and those are homes that I will never afford. Despite the promises that were made to my neighbors and I. So I just think that it's important that we welcome our new neighbors. I love my new neighbors in New Marina. But I think it's important that we're really honest about what we're building and who benefits from what we're building. So as a baseline, without judgment, let's just be really honest with one another about the conversation that we're having and about what we're doing. For me, I look at our responsibility as LAFCO. We spent a week down at Cal LAFCO conference, and for me, one of my biggest takeaways was the fundamental reasons why LAFCOs were created. Our duties here are clear. We were created to discourage urban sprawl, to preserve ag land, and fundamentally ensure the proficient provision of government services. I commend Soledad 100%. You guys are coming up with a bold response to meet the moment. And it's important, but we also have this checks and balances role to play as we aggressively move forward to create housing that we arguably need as a state. I think our LAFCO staff has done and continues to do excellent, thoughtful planning work. This is a thorough analysis. It's great staff work. And I think we would be wise to follow the staff recommendation that's before us today. The concerns that were raised by our executive director, I think on page 21 through 23 in the staff report, were informed by the county's housing and community development director and our agricultural commissioner. Our ag commissioner who recommended the 200-foot buffer zone, which I think protects the residents of any new residents in a community, as well as our ag community. And the community development director who is responsible on the county side for upholding the MOU that exists. And there are outstanding concerns. So I thank you for bringing those forward, using those to inform your recommendations. To the city of Soledad, I think it's taken 20 years for this application to get to LAFCO. And the idea that we're going to have this fully built out in the next 20 is ambitious. I think that phasing it into 2 phases is much larger. That's twice the size of what you've proposed that you've been doing. I think it's a very reasonable proposition that allows orderly development to continue occurring while having the full area of influence so that you can plan for what comes next. I think is totally reasonable. The ag mitigation plans also need to be addressed before we move forward. Unfortunately, I don't get a vote in this. I'm an alternate, but I do appreciate the opportunity to share my thoughts. And for those residents of Soledad, I encourage you to remain engaged, remain involved, continue working with your council. That's where a lot of these concerns will ultimately get addressed. But going back to the reason that we sit here as LAFCO members, the reason that we were formed, the reason that the governor and the reason the legislature put us into place, that's the hat that we have to wear here today and the actions that we have to uphold here today. And it would be to uphold the staff recommendation.
Commissioner Alejo.
First of all, I want to thank the residents of Soledad who came here and the elected officials who were chosen by the people of that community to represent them on their city council and who came to speak here today. The fact that a project took 17 years to come to this point, I think is a shame in California, because we have a severe housing crisis, and it's the working people that suffer the most. It is the working people. I know it's definitely true here in Salinas, in my district, where in East Salinas, you have the most high density housing, multi-generational families having to live in one house because they can't afford it. And we hear a lot of talk by elected officials that, yes, when they run for office, they'll tell you, I want to support housing. We're going to build housing. We're going to try to make it more affordable. But then when it comes to these moments, they give you all the reasons not to support a project. Beware of people who tell you that. Beware of groups who tell you that, because while they go home into their own home that they own, you're paying high rents. Your rent is going up high from one year to the next. I know Salinas has been among the top 10 cities where rent has gone up high to a high amount, more than any other, more than most cities in the state of California. And I know that hurts your pocketbook, that hurts your family, that hurts your opportunities. So I want to be very clear that building housing in California or in Monterey County should not take 17 years and should not be delayed further another year, because they want to tell you, let's push this off next year, and then it'll be pushed off several more months, and then it'll be 2024. And that's what adds cost, because you have to pay attorneys and consultants and all these different people that get paid while the people in Monterey County are waiting for housing to get built. I want to speak to another point, because I think a mistake that happened in California that contributed to the housing crisis and the homelessness crisis is the state under the Governor Jerry Brown did away with redevelopment. And redevelopment, we had an agency here in Salinas. I think most Salinas Valley cities had a redevelopment agency, but that allowed, it was intended for disadvantaged communities, that when you developed the part of your city and you started gaining taxes, what they call tax increment, you were able, a portion of that used to get set aside so that cities could help partially fund housing projects in their community. In the entire state, it used to generate $1 billion a year, $1,000 million cada año. And they did away with that. And that was the most powerful tool for local governments to build affordable housing. So the state contributed to the crisis that we have today. So when I hear that the governor wants to build 2,500,000 units of housing, and our staff here is recommending downsizing this project that was already downsized 6 years ago by 43%, and now they're saying that we should downsize it more. I don't think that's a solution to making housing cheaper or addressing the needs that we have in our community, addressing homelessness or addressing the inability for families to afford housing in Monterey County. I'm very passionate about this because I know it is you, the working people of our county, that suffer the most. So I wanted to point out, because people were saying at this meeting, the last time this came to LAFCO, that this is going to gentrify the community. This is going to be outside people. Well, guess what? It's good to have a history of Soledad, because when housing was built in the 1990s, people said the same thing. Outside people are going to come. It's going to change our community. But if you look at Soledad today, we just finished doing the 2020 census, and the numbers came out last year. So Soledad is currently, population-wise, 75% Latino. Another 13% are other minorities or people of color. So it's a community today that's 88% people of color. But out of all the people, all the residents in Soledad, 63% of the homes are owner occupied. That means the owners are living in those houses. And that is probably more than any other city in Monterey County. Salinas, for example, 48% owner occupied homes in our city, less than half. Overall in Monterey County as a whole, 52%. Soledad is at 63%. The average age is 28 years old. But then you look at how many people are living in each house on average, according to the census. Soledad and Greenfield have the highest number of people living in each house than any other place in Monterey County. Greenfield is the highest at 4.66 persons on average in each house. Soledad is next at 4.57. King City is just below that, 4.25. And then we go to Gonzales, 3.85. Salinas, 3.74. And then every other city is less than that. Seaside, 3.06. Marina, 2.7, half of some of the other cities. So I look at that and looking at when people buy a home, they're multi-generations, maybe sometimes one or two families have to live in a home to be able to afford it. I think it's time that we have to be bold here today. Bold not only for Soledad, bold when Gonzales comes around, and when other projects. I know Greenfield has been very vocal in trying to get housing projects accomplished in their community. I think this is a time for us, if we're going to be serious about addressing the housing crisis and homelessness crisis, let's not do talk, let's implement it in our actions. And this is a big one here today. This is a big issue to let Soledad decide. And if you have concerns about not being a bedroom community, bringing in more jobs, industrial, commercial, residential, that is for the city council to decide and their representatives, that they have a process for that. Yes, LAFCO, we could take it into account, but we can't be conditioning the city of Soledad has to build this many amount of industrial or commercial jobs in this meeting. That there's a separate process for that. And including the amount of affordability, we could consider it and talk about it, but we can't condition it. And I want to be, for us to be clear on that. I want to be clear for our residents to know what the city manager said, that there is a percentage, a significant percentage that will be affordable. Don't believe those that try to mislead you or misrepresent the facts. When there has to be a percentage of affordability, but there also has to be the market rate. It's a blend of the type of housing so that it could pencil out and it could actually get built versus nothing getting built for many more years to come. I think that's all I wanted to say on this. I think this is time for us to move forward. I hope this is not just delayed. I wish we would had stronger findings today. I think this needs to move forward. We need to come back perhaps later, do a special meeting later this month and put the findings on the record. But to continue to delay this when this has been in the process already for 17 years, I just find that unacceptable. I want to get more housing built, and it should have been built yesterday for Soledad and for other parts of Monterey County. With that, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next.
Chair level, just to note, we have Mayor Commissioner Ana Velasquez with her hand up.
All right. Commissioner Velasquez.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you again. You're doing an amazing job navigating this meeting, so really appreciate your leadership. I want to begin, I want to make my statements, and I want to begin by thanking the LAFCO team for all the hard work and attention to details that they have put forth in this project. And I just want to reiterate, I know it's been said a couple of times that this project has taken a long time, and I just want to make it clear that this project hasn't taken a long time because of LAFCO. It's taken a long time because there's been different issues with the projects and concerns, and has downscaled, as was said today. And then the developer took 2 years before he brought it back to the city. So I just want to be clear that this project obviously had concerns, but this board was not part of why this project didn't move forward. I also want to thank the city team and the consultants who dedicated countless hours to this project. And I also want to thank the residents of Soledad who spoke today and advocated for their needs in terms of what they needed for housing. I was elected by my community to be able to represent the needs of the community. And I am also very passionate about my community and about housing. So I want to make sure that that's clear and that there is no misrepresentation on my behalf in terms of what our LAFCO board is here to do. I speak to you today as a lifelong resident of Soledad, as a daughter of farm workers, as a LAFCO commissioner, and as a mayor of the city of Soledad, understanding that my statements today do not reflect the city council views or the city manager views. So this is my views as independent as mayor. And they're based on not just my views, because I thought it was something that I needed to represent, but it was based on all of the data that we've had before us multiple times, based on all the reports that hopefully everyone took the opportunity to really read and understand, because in those reports, there are really significant deficiencies that don't align with our LAFCO responsibilities and many different fronts, those that were presented to us today. I know for me, obviously, housing was a big component of that. But there's also others that were said today in terms of the job and growth imbalance and in terms of our ag mitigation. So it's not just on the housing front, but it's serious deficiencies. And also one of the other things that I want to note is LAFCO, if this project moves forward, we have never, at least in the history of the Monterey County LAFCO, approved a project this significant with a 15 to 20 year build out, and it's been more of a 5 to 7 year build out. So this is significant. It is unprecedented. We do have to take bold moves, and I understand that we have to provide housing to meet the needs of our residents, but I want to make sure that it's housing that does meet the needs of our residents, and that we are doing our due diligence and making sure that we're not creating future impacts for our residents. And we have sufficient housing that meets the needs of all income levels of our community, and that we address the infrastructure and traffic impacts, and that we have that before us, that we're able to articulate what's in the financial report to be able to understand that this is a mandate for us as LAFCO commissioners to be able to make sure that as our community continues to grow, that we are going to have the financing plan to be able to ensure that our infrastructure needs are going to be met. And I just, to reiterate, I mentioned it earlier, but 20 years ago, the city, as I said, developed single family homes and deferred its obligation to be able to provide affordable housing. And that's been a struggle. And I've seen that with many conversations that I have with many of our residents. We've had a lottery of 4 affordable homes, and we had overwhelming needs for people that applied because they're looking for housing, and we cannot meet that need. And the ADUs that are they're part of the solution, but it's not what we want to solve our housing crisis. It's a tool, but it shouldn't be what we're looking at to be able to provide the housing that's needed for our lower income households. And I'm a staunch advocate of housing. And I want to make that clear tonight. And as such, I worked to secure $2 million from State Senator Caballero's district earmark budgets to be able to provide and allow for diversification of housing. And that is part of the acquisition of a fire engine in order to allow for us to be able to provide a mix of use housing and affordable housing that meets the needs of our community, of our residents. I've had concerns, as was mentioned, with this specific plan, and it's from it goes back to 2018. And in terms of the affordability piece is because I know that's a significant portion of our population that doesn't have the housing that it requires. And although we have, as Commissioner Alejo mentioned, that we do have a high number of homeowners, we also know that we have the second highest rate of overcrowding in the city of in Monterey County, because people want to buy single family homes. We just can't afford them, and they're tripling up in being able to do that. And that has obviously other social impacts. So although I agree that this is a watershed moment and we need to be bold, I also agree that we need to be bold to speak out about the housing needs for all income levels and how Soledad has not met some of those housing needs for our income and workforce families. And as such, it's documented in our housing element. And as such, you know, our city manager mentioned, we've had city staff that have left the city because they can't afford to live in Soledad. So we have, you know, high owner occupied numbers because as I said, our family wants to be able to, our residents deserve to be able to live in the housing that they want. And so not only, and I just want to reiterate this, and I'm almost at my conclusion, but it's not only my concerns. You heard that from the residents today. You also saw it in the LAFCO executive officer report that's provided to you. There's documentation in the Richard Berkson's memo of August 2nd that concludes that there's insufficient information to make findings that the project will provide adequate services and facilities and will not adversely affect residents' absence of a comprehensive financing plan. You know, we've received a lot of correspondence, and I appreciate Mr. Novo, who his letter just really succinctly and eloquently outlined the social inequities and environmental impacts this project would bring, not just to the future Soledad residents, but also to the city, to the South County cities in our region. So today you have before you an abundance of data articulating multiple reasons why this project approval should not be granted at this time, but with revisions. I want the housing to be provided to meet the needs of our residents, but I also want the Miramonte specific plan to be able to go back and address some of those issues and be consistent with the many of the LAFCO's regulatory policies and legislative findings and declarations that were presented before us today. And I'm not going to go through those as those were articulated. But again, I think for me, just to conclude, you know, I want to make sure we're looking at the overcrowding conditions in Soledad to making sure that this project does not continue to impact those conditions. I support building housing to accommodate for our future growth. However, I cannot support this proposal as it does not meet the housing needs of our residents. And again, further, the proposal expansion of this size and scale is unprecedented in the history of Monterey County. I support making history, but one that reflects the needs and values of our community and not one that further creates social and economic disparities and segregates our city based on our economic status. Our community deserves the opportunity to have a project that benefits our housing needs and provides a viable financing plan outlining the cost and funding of infrastructure and public facilities. And the proposal, as stated, provides limited information on that. And again, the imbalance of jobs and housing ratios for the Salinas Valley cities, and not only for the city of Soledad, but really looking at how are we addressing that? We have a really high commuter rate. Many of our residents commute outside to Soledad. So I want to make sure, as was said, we don't want to be a bedroom community. We cannot allow the quality of life for Soledad residents to continue to diminish, and this project will further exacerbate the existing disparities of our job housing imbalance. So commissioners, I ask you to support staff recommendation and allow the city and the developer to address the concerns as listed in the staff report. The project as presented provides a basis for denial. However, staff supports the recommendations not to deny, but to extend today's hearing to January and allow the developer another 3 to 6 months to make necessary project revisions. I ask that you make the right decision today and that this project, if not revised, will greatly impact the quality of life of current and future generations, not only for Soledad, but also for our South County region. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, thank you. First, want to thank everybody who gave input, especially Mike Novo, who I value your opinion, having worked with you for so many years. I'm a little concerned that we're sitting up here getting two different opinions from staff on what we do and don't have control on and clarity. It's really concerning to me to sit up here in the middle of that. And I want to apologize to Mayor Velasquez if I signed up for that meeting and at the bottom it was clear that it was a Land Watch meeting and the Zoom that I got was from Land Watch. So I apologize if I got that wrong. Just looking at the need for my community, today's not a day to say no. Today's a day to say yes. I agree that there's concerns about the size, about the scope, about the ag mitigation, and I think we can work with those. I think we can get around them. I'm just in a position where I feel that there's too many outside influences on this process that make me uncomfortable as the only person at this dais who is elected to represent all of South County. I've heard from my constituents throughout the region, and they want this project. They want housing. It's why I ran. It's what they tasked me with, was to create it, to find a way. And we're sitting here today saying more delays are what are appropriate, and that is not true. And if we do not build it this way, there will not be additional housing in Soledad. We won't have it. And that is extremely concerning to me. And that is my belief, understanding the forces at play behind the scenes. And that is not something I can side with today. So as I think about the implications of this project, I am prepared after all comments to make a motion, which I hope we can get a majority behind that will put some additional measures in place to hopefully get us in a place where we can be comfortable with the project. But in my mind, it's time to move. It's 20 years, 17 years is too long. I'm a South County resident, born and raised. I can tell you that I stood in Greenfield City Hall just about a month ago for a community meeting, and every single one of those residents dreamed of living in Soledad. They were all talking about the condition of the soccer fields, the beauty of some of those wonderful things that are happening, the growth and the commercial opportunities. And yet we're standing here today saying, no, nobody knew. We all have to remember we weren't always here. We've all been new here. We're a nation of immigrants and our communities grow with those waves, and that's a beautiful thing. And to stand in front of folks and say, no, not you, no, not now. The reality is a lot of our neighbors are not doing the job they're supposed to do, as Mr. Novo's letter alluded to. They're not taking care of their residents. And yes, they're forcing them out. And yes, we're ending up with that. You can point to water, you can point to all the little things you want to point to kill a project. And that's not what we're in the business of. We're in the business of looking at facts and asking ourselves, can we find a way to make this work? And with this particular project, I think we can find a way to make it work. And I think it's time for the residents of Monterey County of California. And I get the protectionism, the NIMBYism, but that's not why we're here. That's not what we're responsible for. And my community tasked me when I ran to find ways to build housing. Yes, I understand what that hat is off, and I'm looking at this project as a LAFCO commissioner, and I believe we can get this done, that our community wants it and our community deserves it. And I just hope that folks understand that as the only person elected by all of South County to bring this forward, speaking for those people that I represent, they're prepared for this project. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Poitras.
It just seems to me, is this thing on? Okay. The pursuit of the perfect is being blocked by, or the pursuit of what is good is being blocked by the ideal of what is perfect. And nothing is perfect about this thing, but nothing is terrible about it either. And we need housing, absolutely no question about it. And if you can't afford to build houses, and you can't find some way to pay for them, then you're not going to have any housing. And we need housing. So I would recommend that we ask the city manager of Soledad to sit down with LAFCO staff, see if they can come up with some loose solutions, and come back next month and hopefully pass this. Thank you.
Commissioner Gorley.
Good evening. I don't take this lightly, this decision and the vote as the public member. I do share a zip code with most of the people that spoke here tonight. This affects me, of course, personally, but it also affects several of the members of my team, my kids, my family, my neighbors, etc. We're all on this 101 corridor. We're all going to be impacted. Caltrans, TAMSI, they need to step up to the plate and they need to step up quick. I'm not sure what the rating is coming past Spence Road heading north, but I've been in the middle of that several times and several close calls. And there's other personalities that are involved in this whole makeup of this valley. And they need to get caught up to what's happening. We need to house our workers, my family, our neighbors. Soledad, along with all the rest of the valley cities, 25 years ago, 20 years ago, we had city center growth and it was spoke about. And we had city center growth entered into our general plan. That general plan several years ago, several of the cities. And it was all decided by this LAFCO board that all the cities are growing in the non-prime ag land areas. And that's north and east of all of our cities, Greenfield, King City, Gonzales, and Soledad. That's where our growth was. That's been decided. We need housing that is least prime ag land areas. Phasing. It's talked about downsizing this again. This is one of the things that I do not agree with in the staff report. We need to plan for the big picture. If Caltrans is going to come into the city of Soledad and re-engineer these bridges to hit what the population is going to be, we better let them build this damn bridge once. My tax dollars, do I want to go build this bridge 3 times? No. Soledad came in 20 years ago with the plan of building this huge sewer infrastructure plant. They did it. They went out on a limb. They used their tax dollars. They leveraged their future to build this huge sewer infrastructure. We want them to be able to use it. We don't want them to be going out and building their sewer plant 3 or 4 times. We want them to build it. We need to plan for the big picture. We know we need the housing. I don't think anybody on this dais was a part of the RENA numbers that came out. Well, maybe Kate with her AMBAG hat. And we had a housing allocation meeting that went till 1 o'clock in the morning. And it was a fight between the cities because the peninsula cities were wanting to put all the affordable housing on the South Valley. And that was something to be had. So I do have a little bit of experience with these housing numbers. One of the big ones was the county MOU. If the county is satisfied moving this thing forward, I think that's a huge plus. I want to make sure Braga's comments are addressed. We cannot be throwing ag next to, or we can't be throwing housing next to ag. We need to make sure that buffer is 200 feet. And the zoning issues with Braga's ag land being cut in half, I support ag 100%. That's what employs this valley as ag. We need to make sure that Braga's comments are taken care of. Some days, 50, 100 years from now, Braga's property all comes in and they develop in that northeast corridor. That's a section, something that'll happen in the future. The affordable housing issue, that is 100% on local elected officials. That is your planning commission. I've sat in the council chambers and been at those planning commission meetings. That is up to them. That is up to the city of Soledad, city council, 100%. These residents need to be talking to their local elected officials. Who decided what the inclusionary housing ordinance is? Who decided what was going to be a part of that general plan? That is all city elected local officials. That's not anybody up here on this dais. So that's kind of what my 2 cents on that whole thing is. And then just my last comment. If you don't build to 80%, the 20% inclusionary cannot come. I build for a living. The restrictions that are getting put on us by the state of California, from recycling requirements to solar requirements, to getting rid of natural gas in our homes, to going full electric. They're requiring solar reflective shingles. Does anybody even think about putting a price tag on all of these restrictions on building anything in the state of California? From our windows to our plumbing to everything, to our damn toilets. What do you think is doing to the price of construction? And people think, well, shoot, these houses are 350,000 in the Central Valley, and you come to Salinas, they're 550,000. That's because there's no place to live in the Salinas Valley. We need housing. We need it now. We have to pay our employees twice what they're getting paid in the Central Valley. And we need to move this project forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner
Craig.
Thank
you. You know, it's interesting, as the affordable housing discussion is regional. This reminds me a lot of our future growth area in the city of Salinas. It's been annexed for decades, 3 separate phases, and quite a bit of discussion over what the iteration of affordable housing is. What worked 20 years ago when it was originally annexed now is being reformulated to what our needs are 20 years later. There's been a lot of sort of debate on what LAFCO's role is on this discussion, the fundamental purpose of it, certainly managing orderly development. But I do have to acknowledge, to have all 5 council members from the city of Soledad weighing in on this topic at LAFCO certainly gives me the indication it's really not our role at LAFCO to regulate the city's affordable housing plan. And frankly, I'd be annoyed. I mean, as a city council member, having LAFCO debating affordable housing, that is really the role of the city. And certainly the majority of the city council has weighed in that they are confident that this project addresses those needs. Additionally, I'll just acknowledge, to have an affordable housing ordinance in place at 20% and the minimum of 15% in each phase satisfies my concern as a LAFCO that we are ensuring that there is orderly development and low and affordable housing coming forward with this project. I'm encouraged to know through the city manager that each phase has affordable housing attached to it, whether it be ADUs or townhomes. In phase 2, he acknowledged multifamily homes and senior housing. And frankly, you have an entire region who is holding all of ourselves accountable. The city of Salinas, just a few weeks ago, tried to lift the exemption of affordable housing in downtown. And Supervisor Alejo was the first one at the door yelling and screaming about it. And so I think we as a region have to recognize bold plans that are in place and the need, the incredible need for housing in general in our community. I'm certainly supportive of the city of Soledad's project and certainly the sphere of influence in its entirety. I think that's what you need to do to move the needle. I'll be curious to know what motion is made, and certainly I'm hoping that there's some element of ensuring that the city of Soledad is able to make those bold moves in their next steps. And just on a note, and I'll acknowledge my colleague and friend, Mayor Velasquez. I certainly would defer to a mayor on their opinion and certainly their needs of their respective cities. It's interesting for me that all 5 city council members have weighed in on this topic. And so I'm inclined to go with what the desire of the entire council is. So those are my comments for right now. Thank you.
Commissioner Snodgrass, we have not heard from you.
Well, I'll be brief. Piecemealing this project doesn't work in my mind. And Matt talking about building the bridge 3 times. We need to give the developer some certainty that the project is going to go through. Also the fact that if you piecemeal the project, what happens is you add cost. Cost does not equal affordable housing. In affordable housing, you can't put a dollar amount and say a $200,000 house, a $300,000 house, because interest rates have doubled. So a mortgage, a $2,000 mortgage is now a $4,000 mortgage. It doesn't make sense to piecemeal this project. So my position is that we need to give the developer, the city of Soledad, the certainty that they have our approval to move forward. And we have to trust the city of Soledad to do the right thing, to hold the developer's feet to the fire, to get what the community wants, and to get a good result. Thank you.
Is Commissioner Oglesby?
His hand is up.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'll be brief too. I want to thank LAFCO staff for going through this process, the city of Soledad, city manager, and the council, and all my other commissioners. You guys really laid it out well. I'm not as supportive of this project as of yet, as of tonight. I was going to support staff recommendations, so I'm really listening to Commissioner Lopez's motion about putting in some of the requirements. But I also want to hold up Mayor Velasquez for her comments, her leadership and vision about what she sees for her city. And if there's anybody that's sitting at the table that's elected, that's speaking for the city of Soledad, is her. We all understand that the city, through the council, wants this project to go tonight. But her voice is very, for me, it's a loud voice to come from a mayor of the city. And so I think we all should take into her comments into our consideration and see what we can do. I also want to agree with Commissioner Lopez about the two voices of where should we come out on housing. You know, is it under our purview or not? I think the executive director split the hair pretty well there. But I did feel that we were in the middle of two conflicting comments. I thought staff report was well done. It didn't get into housing. It went into our policy. When you guys are talking about bold moves, is it a bold move to plan for or allow this annexation and a 10 to 20 year build out instead of our 5 to 7? That's a bold move. Moving forward without a comprehensive plan of paying for the facilities and or services for Soledad, is that a bold move? Those are the things that we should be concentrating on and moving past, because of course, if we move past them, by definition, the project goes forward. And I associate myself with all the comments about, you know, the 80-20, and you have to build affordable. I know better than anyone, not better than anyone else, but I know just as well as you guys, you have to build affordable. You have to build a market rate to be able to ask someone to build affordable. And so we're going through that as we speak right now in the city of Seaside. And I want to, Commissioner Hurley, was it? If I have that right, I'm sorry. But his comment about Highway 101 and the bridge, that really moved me. If we piecemeal it, what happens, 10 years from now? Does Caltrans come back and try to build another bridge? So when you guys are talking about boldness, that's the bold stuff we need to be talking about. And I know it's a couple communities coming right after Soledad, and we're talking about being bold. We need to keep the boldness going, but not just being bold because it's been 16 years, but being bold because our policy says 5 to 7 year build out. Look at we're going to approve a 10 to 20 years this go around, and it makes sense to a certain extent. But I do want to say that unless we can get around staff's recommendation, I don't see me supporting the motion. So, but I do think all the commissioners, I heard what you said, and I thought you made good comments. They all make sense to me.
I'm gonna make a couple comments and then I'll ask for motion. I think one of the things that that I think about is how things change over a 10, 15, 20-year period. Part of them are economic cycles. Part of them are what the government, whether it's the federal government or the state government, puts on us as restrictions or as you must do. And it goes back to some of your housing pieces that absolutely must be in place now that add cost to everything. One of the things, though, that I look at is fire. And we haven't even talked about fire. But this project actually builds on the floor of the valley, and it stays out of the woodlands and it stays out of the hills that are continually on fire every few months here. And I think that's something we really have to pay attention to. There will be increasingly, if I'm reading everything correctly, more and more money for projects like this because they are building appropriately on flat land that is not woodland. And I mean, we've got a need to build housing. The land is accessible and the land is not wooded. There's another piece to it, and I wouldn't pretend to be an agricultural person, but you all know I'm very nosy and read everything. And everything that I read is that more and more, as land and water have become more expensive and we need it for housing, there is more and more vertical farming. And that's impacting our growers, whether we want to acknowledge it or not. We have growers that 10 years ago started growing hydroponic lettuce in Tennessee because there was water, there was power. They did not need the soil in the Salinas Valley. So I think it goes back to kind of like someone said the other day, education is a 1950s model and has never moved forward. We don't want to keep our land and our agriculture and our workforce and our people in a 1950s mode. People can be retrained. They can learn to do other things. We have a tremendous workforce and it's throughout the county, but we need to think, I think, bigger for them also, that they are not relegated, that they must work in agriculture or they must work in hospitality. And there are things they can do. So, Brent, I think it's going to be important that you listen about the Braga piece. I think that is important, so that they're not in here next month. I think it's important that we do look at jobs housing balance, and I'm going to go and dig into your numbers. I started it earlier today and I got distracted and didn't finish it, but I don't want to do council work. If so, I would have run for council. I don't want to do a mayor's work. I don't want to do anything but what we're doing now, and I want to do the best for the community. I do not want to diminish the needs of the lower income residents of Soledad. That would not be anything that I would ever want to do. But I do believe that if you've got enough housing stock, it does force the price down on everything. And while we were sitting here today, I looked up your average house price right now is $581,000. I mean, your average income per person is $66,000. So those are not actually real bad numbers when you look at the county as a whole. You do have some high unemployment, and that just means that we need to, as economic developers, we need to help you diversify your job base. And I think if you get more housing and you get more development, you will diversify your job base. So for everybody from Soledad who came to speak, I really cannot thank you enough, because you're really who we need to hear from. It's not just about data and reports and somebody's opinion after they look at that data, but it's from all of you. And so thank you very much for coming this evening. It's really, really important. So we have two items. One is to adopt a resolution to consider the 2010 final environmental impact report in the 2018 addendum the city prepared, to pass a resolution to have to approve the sphere of influence amendment component of the city's proposal. So that would be the first.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so we have a first and a second on that. Do we have any other discussion on the sphere issue?
Chair, are you doing both of them?
No, I'm just saying the sphere right now.
There's a hand up through Mayor Commissioner Ana Velasquez.
Commissioner Velasquez?
Sorry, Chair, I had my hand up for a while and I wanted to, I don't want to, I know you're making the motion, so I want to make sure that you continue with that, but I just had a clarifying, I just wanted something to be clear before we moved on. So can I just make that statement?
Yes, we're in the middle of a motion. You can.
Thank you. So there was a comment that was made by Commissioner Craig in terms of the 15% concurrence. I just want to make sure that I asked that question and that question was no, that there was no, that was not part of the mandate in the document. So I just want to make sure that that's clear, that reflects what is accurate. And so that way there's no inaccuracies moving forward. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Commissioner Alejo?
Yeah, a quick comment responding to what was one of the comments that were said. First of all, I want to tell the Soledad residents that I was proud to represent the city of Soledad for 6 years in the state assembly, and that my family, when they first came to California as migrant farm workers, they first settled in Soledad. So your voices and this issue for this community is very important to me. But I just wanted to respond to one of the comments that was said, and I found it somewhat outrageous to say that building housing in Soledad would be segregation of our community, was a quote. But I would say to not approve housing, to allow the people of Soledad to realize the American dream of owning their own home, not doing that would be discriminatory and would be an injustice in government by not letting more of those residents, all the people who call Soledad their home, the 63% that are owner occupied, to not allow more of those American dreams to be realized would be an injustice. So I just wanted to end that we just between the 5 Salinas Valley cities, from Salinas down to King City, and the unincorporated Monterey County, most of which is in the Salinas Valley from the north to the south, we have to build 13,424 units of housing. This is a timely, let's get it done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor to approve the amendment for the sphere and expand the sphere of influence. So could we have a roll call?
Chair Leffold, there's still a hand up from Mayor Velasquez that she raised it again after it went down.
Oh, no, sorry. Let me put it down. Yep.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, thank you. Ready? Roll call.
Commissioner Alejo. Commissioner Craig.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Commissioner Oglesby.
Aye.
Commissioner Poitras.
Yes.
Vice Chair Gorley
Yes.
and Chair Leffel.
Yes, thank you. Okay, we have a second, proposal to look at, and that is to either continue the hearing for the annexation, to deny the annexation, or approve the annexation. Those are your choices,
So I will.
unless you come up with a new one.
I will make a motion that we approve the annexation. As part of that, I would like to see it come back with findings, before the end of the year, not in January, in a special. And as part of that, I do want to see some additional guarantees in the agricultural easements conversation, specifically some teeth. I understand that phasing is part of the desire, but I think there's an ability to build some teeth into that to make sure that there are some controls. And I get that folks are worried once it's left here, it's gone, but there is an MOU with the county. And I hope that we can find a way to craft something that will put those teeth in place that makes LAFCO comfortable enough moving forward. And I would hope that we could do that in the next couple of weeks. And then to the question of the buffer, I know that I heard that somebody wanted that to remain at 200, so I'm okay making that part of the motion.
Point of clarification through the chair, if I may, with the maker of the motion. So you're requesting a special meeting occur? Understood. Thank you.
All right, we have a first and a second. Do we have any other discussion?
Through the chair, what I didn't understand was the teeth. So Commissioner
That's
Lopez.
to be developed with the applicant, the city, and LAFCO in the next couple of weeks before it comes back.
just to interrupt, I'm sorry, but procedurally, another option for tonight would be to pass a resolution of intent stating what it is you're saying and then continuing. I don't know if we can continue to a date certain within this year. We may not have that capability tonight, but then at that hearing, then staff could prepare the appropriate resolution for you all to consider with that condition language and all the support that you've all spoken about tonight and other issues that LAFCO staff speaks to the city about.
So I'll amend my motion to clarify, as stated by council, those pieces, specifically the language used to intent.
All right.
Uh,
Do we have
through-
any
through-
other?
Yeah, one more time, sorry, Chair, and I apologize to you guys not being there in person. But as part of those teeth, any requirements for, that 20% of affordable housing in one of the first two phases? Is that what we're talking about?
I believe that's city jurisdiction, and I'm as a maker of the motion, I'm not willing to include that.
Commissioner Lopez, could I just ask a question to clarify too, in terms of what you're asking for in terms of the conversations with the city? The topics would pertain to not to housing, but to ag buffers.
The buffer as well as the easements
And
conversation.
mitigation?
And the what?
On the subject of agriculture,
Correct.
preservation and mitigation
Right.
only.
Correct.
Commissioner
Thank
Oglesby, did that answer your question?
Well, it did, because I think, I think Commissioner Lopez is right. We don't want to get in the weeds about the percentage, but I do want to say LAFCO does have a say on ensuring that affordable housing is included. And just leaving it up to the city, I think we have a little bit more power than that. But I appreciate Commissioner Lopez for his comments. His motion.
Anyone else? Any comments? Commissioner Velasquez, I cannot see, so if you have your hand raised. All right.
Oh, excuse me, Chair. No, I didn't have, are you talking to me? Sorry, I didn't have.
Yeah,
my hand raised.
I cannot see who's got their hand raised. I wanted to not acknowledge you if you had your hand raised. That's all.
Oh, yeah, thank you. No, my hand wasn't raised.
All right. So we have a motion on the floor. If I could have a roll call vote.
Certainly, Chair. Commissioner Alejo, Commissioner Craig,
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez,
Aye.
Commissioner Oglesby,
No.
Commissioner Poitras,
Yes.
Commissioner Vice Chair Gorley,
Yes.
and Chair Leffel.
Yes. All right. It's a long night. I will take us now to commissioner comments on anything that is on the matter of the jurisdiction of LAFCO. Does anyone have anything they would like to make a comment on?
No,
All right.
Madam Chair, the only announcement I would make is just to let our commissioners know that our local assembly member, Robert Rivas, a vote was taken today in the state assembly. Today was the first day of session, and that a formal vote was taken to make him the next assembly speaker as of June 30th, 2023, which makes it the first time the Monterey Bay area has ever had an assembly speaker from our area. So
Exciting.
we look forward to his leadership and collaboration with him and his office. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that up. We have the executive officer's communications.
Thank you, Chair. We have 3 items that are reported on in our staff report. Item 15 pertaining to a presentation I recently gave to State County Councils Association, assistance that we've provided recently to San Benito LAFCO, and also to acknowledge a training program that our clerk to the commission office administrator recently completed. And that is my report for the month. Thank you.
All right. So with that, I would ask for a motion to adjourn. And we're all in favor.
Thank you.
Yeah, we may be back. Bail out.